Arturia regained her full draconic form and took off into the sky to stretch her wings. You all opted to open up the mansion here on or there on the Nether Mountains and rest that evening, regaining your strength and giving everyone like just a moment. Um, that evening, however, discussions were had over or after dinner, where the party was finally forced to confront Rose on the shenanigans they had pulled up until now. Um, Rose having confessed to Ken before and seeking his opinion as well as Taz McKella's, and then finally steadying themselves for the difficult discussion ahead, confronted the party, and it kind of ended on a we'll keep going for now kind of note. I don't think it was satisfactory to any parties involved. um, let's see. You guys rested the next day, returning to Iriabor, waking up the next morning, doing your morning rituals and having breakfast, seeking out some aid from Arturia and removing the changed memories from the minds of Aerith, Nobody, and Eodos. You spoke with Taz McKella.
Flail. We also got the flail all fixed up.
Did.
Or at least
did.
destroyed, I think.
With a combined effort from Arturia, Ken, and Aerith, you managed to destroy the Flail of Tiamat, casting its ether and energies into the world that bore it years and years ago there on the peak of the Nether Mountains. And now you don't have to carry it around anymore, which is convenient because Rose is probably annoying, but it was like that duty that you had to do, and you were just wearing it the same way Eidos had.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, you had your mornings there in the Nether Mountains. Heading back to Iriabor, you found that time zones are a bitch, as we all know, and arrived in Iriabor before dawn. Everyone's still asleep. You opted to do your morning routines, train for a bit, rest and relax before speaking with Hadrian and seeking out his advice on the situation. He had informed you that Emmeline was still looking into the request that you had sent them about the Dalelands, and that she had been spending most of her time in the past week or so that she'd had down at the library doing that research as well as preparing for her time as the new guildmaster. She's had a lot on her plate. If I'm forgetting anything, let me know, because I'm just recounting things in my head as best I can. At that point, you guys opted to go and look for Aureus. Knowing that you had left him here, you went across the street to Arturia's apartment where you had left him, and finding him gone, but the signs of a occupant there, chose to then seek him out at the Temple of Ilmater, where you successfully found him, because that's a good place to look for him. If he's not with Fred, he's probably at the temple.
Oh shit, I hope he's getting more quality time with Fred.
He has been. He definitely has been. Yes.
Fred is a service crocodile.
Yes, Fred was extremely happy. Fred felt it when Aureus returned, because Fred was bound to Aureus through that summoned steed, and then kind of chose Aureus, as his master, since Aureus was a good person as opposed to the lizard folk who were not and had been his previous master. So the bar wasn't really high, but he was then made very intelligent and was able to make a smart choice as to who he wanted to fight alongside, not necessarily serve. You guys met with Aureus, finding him slightly changed, his ordeal as a statue inflicting some unfortunate side effects. He now walked with a cane, but happy nonetheless, and serving his time here in the Temple of Ilmater, you were all able to see that, sometimes change isn't bad, and that while Aureus is not the Aureus that frontline bastion of a shield that could stand against any tide, he is no less the person that you remember. You stepped out into the city at large, the day ahead of you, and that was where we left off. So, Wanderers of Starlight, as you all split up in Erebor and make my life extremely difficult, what would you like to do?
I gotta go back to the apartment to get the armor
Okay,
because
that's
Orius
right.
gave us permission to use his armor.
That's right. And his armor is it is magical. He forged it with the enchanted ingot that you guys had originally gathered from the
Coastal
Raider camp. Yeah. And it took him several days of work with it to craft it into this armor. And as you're, kind of looking, well, you have to go get it. It was left in his apartment.
Yeah.
But
It's also blessed at the church.
it was also blessed at the church. All right. So Ken is heading back to Arturia's. Where's everybody going?
I'll go with him, see if I can help him with his stuff,
All right.
and reciprocate so he can help me with my stuff.
Well, I mean, as soon as I get this armor, I'm gonna drop it off at the guild hall, and then I gotta take a quick step to the library.
Well, then it's perfect. I'll still go with you.
Right.
Yeah.
I know that's where
That was it. I was
Aerith wanted to go
expecting
anyway.
Aerith to go to the library, and so I was like, all right, you're going with Ken. All right, zigging, and then, we're zagging right back on the course. Here we go.
Did you expect
nobody.
anything less?
I think I want to go to the library to find anything on the interplanar defense thing.
Okay. All right, so you will be going with Team Library. Are you going to head there right away, or are you going to go with Ken and Aerith first?
I think I'll go right away.
Okay, so nobody's going to go in that group. Okay. Eidos, what's your plan?
That's a good question. I feel like while we're in Erebor, or Erebor rather, I should probably try to make sure everything I have is like straight because I used a lot of potions. So maybe pop over to Manon and see if they got some replacement potions we can get. Because I went into the Dragon Gauntlet with plenty, and I've got one common and two graders left. And I have a superior, but that's like emergency, so I need to replace a couple commons with some graders.
You're doing better than me.
I love hearing that because I crafted that beginning to end, and I feel like I could write a case study on dungeon design on that dungeon because it was like we got through it in one session. That was one session, but it was 6 encounters. It was like probably 8 throughout the day,
Oh my
6
God.
battle encounters, and then and then a boss. It was fucking oh my god. Anyway, all right. So you're heading to Manon's Rose.
Rose kind of, as everybody like kind of starts to split up, Rose was kind of standing with Eidos, and then they kind of like look at him and remember everything that's kind of going on, and then just kind of like stand there as everybody leaves, I guess. But I guess they'll go back to the guild hall.
I mean, I figured you guys were probably discussing amongst yourselves, like when you were telling me what you were doing. I don't think
Yeah,
everyone just looked
it's
at each other and broke over.
No, it's just
Yeah.
like
Scatter!
Ken and Aerith, Ken and Aerith and nobody are like, yeah, we're gonna do this and go to the library. And Rose is like, I don't want to go to the library. And then they like looked at Eidos and they're like, I'll go with Eidos. Oh wait, he's angry at me. So then they kind of just awkwardly stood there as he left, and then probably went to the guild hall.
All right, sounds good. All right. Let's see then. We're gonna start. Can everybody roll me a d20? We're gonna do narrative initiative. There is no dexterity modifier for narrative initiative. That was weird. I saw Earth's roll before Kyle's came in, but then Kyle's is higher in the chat log history.
Fastest hand in the West.
Right.
And then
Oh,
Aerith, Aurora went to the bathroom.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well,
He'll just go with Ken, I guess.
Yeah, he's just gonna go with Ken. Okay, cool. So as you guys step out into the city, heading to your various destinations,
What are
no,
these D20s?
narrative
Roll for
initiative. Can you
narrative
roll me a-
initiative.
Wow. Boop.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
You
We all
rolled
did
exactly
great.
what Ken did. That's
Right?
awesome.
Also, that fits real well.
The dice
It
know.
just
Okay.
works.
Roll me an investigation to find your way to the library. You know what it's called. You know, you've heard the party talking about it. I need to find my notes.
Yes.
But nobody has ever
Books.
actually been here. Okay.
Okay.
However,
like, I know.
nobody is very good at finding his way around new territories. And with a few gentle words to some of the citizens here within the city, and a moment as I pull up the story notes to see what if I gave this library a name.
I hope you did
You've been to
because
a
I
lot of
went there
libraries.
first.
I know, but I was like, which library was this? Oh no.
Erebor Public Library.
Nah.
Owned by a gnome named Greg.
No name Greg.
All right. It does not look like I had a name for it, or if I did, I didn't write it down. So, yeah. Okay. Cool.
Greg Library.
Let me arcane
Gooball Library.
Let's see. I like this one, the Paragon Athenium.
Alright, write it down.
Yeah. I think that's how it spelled it. Oh,
That's
no,
right.
no A-E at the stop, just...
Oh, but that looks cooler.
I know, I was about to say it.
I'll
It's
keep
like
it then.
ether.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
AETHER.
Yeah, that
Right.
is true. All right, so as you make your way to the library here, it's on the center tier, so you have to, you basically travel alongside Ken and Aerith for a while, and you would probably see Rose a few times, probably trailing at, I don't know, quarter mile behind you, just trying to keep their distance, but you're all kind of going in the same direction. It's when you get close to the guild hall that Ken and Aerith are like, all right, well, Ken heads to go to Arturia's, gives you guys a nod, and Aerith goes along with him so that he can get the armor. You turn to the left and start making your way down into the center platform towards the Paragon Athenium. As you go in, it is a large, vast library. There are multiple different wings, and there is an attendant there at the front counter. As you're looking into... You said you're looking into the Bureau of Interplanar
Yeah,
Defense.
or something that might hint at it. So any interplanar travel stuff or anything regarding meeting people from other planes.
Interesting. All right, let me at least show you where we have the section on planar information, and we can go from there. The attendant will show you to a smaller wing, but the books here are very old, and as you step in, you see a familiar face sitting at one of the tables there. Kind of, well, not sitting. She is definitely slumped over the table and asleep, half drooling into not one of the new, like the older books. It looks like a newer book that she probably brought in here. But as you step in, the attendant goes, "Yeah, please don't damage the books." And Emmeline looks up at you. What? Oh, nobody. Hi. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't sleeping. She was already looking into similar information, so.
Actually, question: is there any thieves' camp in the books, like in the shelves?
Roll me a perception check. That's a good question. 25. You guys in your 15s. Let's see.
Right.
Would there be? There's probably like simple thieves markings that you can see, like little indications of blind spots in from like counters and things like that you would recognize, like little marks here or there. But as you get further and further into the library, they kind of dwindle away. It's mostly in like the main atrium areas and like the common knowledge areas, and areas mostly on like historical information, agricultural information, things along those lines. Yeah, seems like those that are more familiar with these don't find their way into these more restricted sections. And you do need to provide the guild tag in order to get access into it, but it's easily done. She could probably even see it just hanging there around your neck and recognize you as somebody who would have access at least here through the guild.
800.
800.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But as the attendant will nod, if there's anything we can assist with, anything you need to assist in your research, please let us know. As Miss Emmeline here knows how to get in touch with us if needed. She's been here. Dear, have you even gone home? And Emmeline just like shakes her head. Too busy. Too much to know. Okay. And she'll leave the two of you. All right, so I know why I'm here. Why are you here?
I'm looking for any books related to the Bureau of Interplanar Defense or Acheron, the world plane.
Acheron. Let's see. And she'll kind of thumb through some of her books. She closes the book on the table, which with your plus 15 perception can easily see. It is titled...
How to Run a Guild for Dummies.
Yeah.
God damn it. God damn it.
Should have been.
Yeah.
It is a much newer book, and it is very much a like how to run a guild master for dummies or a new guild masters for dummies. And
Yay.
she kind of just closes it and pushes it aside, and she takes out one book that's like, this one is just sort of a breakdown on the planar structure, and Acheron's mentioned as one of the many planes that exist around the outer. She'll like flip open to a page, and on this page in particular is a kind of oval-shaped diagram of. It's a two-dimensional diagram of a fifth-dimensional space because it's the multiverse. So it kind of has a point in the middle, and she kind of points out and is like, okay, so this is the material plane, and then surrounding the material plane is the four primal planes, the elemental planes that kind of make everything up: fire, earth, water, and air. And let's see, is that the right? Fire, air, water, earth. No, I did right. Fire, earth, air. It matters in my head, but I'm just trying to make sure I get it right. Going clockwise. And then each one is kind of associated with positive and negative energies. Okay, so you've got the energies of life, creation, just solidity and things like that, and then you got chaos, death, destruction, change. And she's like kind of frazzled. She's been reading about this for days and pulling different pieces of parchment and showing you things. And then on the outer planes, you've got all these different ones that are more like. They're more based around the people that live there. It's crazy. It's like the people that live there shape their own planes. Acheron, as she points at it, is in particular a lawful neutral plane where most of the people there stand as bastions of balance, maintaining neutrality and upholding it. But we don't know that much more about them. There's like pandemonium, which is chaotic, and then you've got the various heavens, and then here is the hells, or at least Avernus, and the entrance into the hells. But finding planar travelers, people who are not only from there but willing to share that information, it's rare. But if you wanted to start there, I didn't really do much research into Acheron itself. I was more focused around these ones, and she taps on the center ones, the four planes.
Yeah, I'm trying to look to get into contact with someone from Acheron, so hopefully this book will point me in the right direction of where to go.
Well, if there's anything I can help with, let me know, and she'll hand you that book to at least start with, and at that point, make me an investigation check.
I'd like to place a collect call to Akron, please.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Like, hello, I realize I've been off duty for a while.
I didn't abandon my post. I just forgot about it.
I need workers' recompensation. I got injured on the job.
Yes, I'll do all the paperwork.
Okay, I'm just getting myself up to speed.
They leave their phone number in the back of the book somewhere.
They do not, unfortunately. Let's see.
There's got to be some way to contact them, like a telephone somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, because they'll definitely have that.
Well, I feel like if you're an order that goes to different planes, there has to be some way to communicate between planes. To be like, hey, yes, we succeeded. Hey, we failed. We need this. We need that.
I mean, they probably have like a system of sending stones or something. Do you have
I would-
one that you've forgotten about?
That is a great. Is my bar of soap a telephone, and I just don't know?
You finally
put
used
it
enough
in-
soap to reveal the sending stone within. Let's see. I'm just catching up on my mythology and
I have a steel mirror. Are you a secret telephone?
Are you a secret telephone? Are you asking the mirror?
No, I think it's a steel mirror, but it's really just an iPad. I bet you're using it as
you
reflection.
did start with that, didn't you?
I did start with that. How
Holy
stupid
shit.
am I?
I mean, like, so much of
God, speaking of stupid, do you know how stupid I am? I just realized we have something that can fucking help you. Like,
yeah,
Do we?
you've had it for the
100
longest damn
million
time, and I don't know
fuck
what's
nobody.
been. Yeah,
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
you guys have the mirror of the
I'll let you
past.
know.
Oh my
Ew.
fucking god.
Yeah.
I totally forgot
You
about
said
that thing.
mirror, and I was like, wait a minute.
I'm pretty sure we talked about it before you had your
We
memories
did.
back, and the whole
And then I
reason
forgot
was you
about
didn't have
it.
memories.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you looked
Well-
into it once with the shards still in there, and
Yeah.
and
I know
it
what we're
kind of
gonna
just,
do
like,
when we
staticked out.
reconvene. Ugh.
We are so
Um,
smart.
Right.
Right?
All right. Reading through the book, and it takes you a while. This is a very dense tome, and you are good at tracking. You're good at finding things. You're really good at, surprisingly, talking to people and getting information out of them and kind of like blending into surrounding environments. But digging through tomes is not something that you've had to do before, really. This was, as you kind of get into it, you're like, this was probably Severin's responsibility, was research. While you're there, the attendant returns with a couple of your companions in tow, and while I get them up to speed, we will switch over to Aerith and Ken. As you all split off from... Yeah, because the narrative initiative went that way. Cool. As you split off from the group, heading to Arturia's apartment, you let yourselves in, taking a quick look around. You find in one corner, not discarded, but just stacked neatly, Aureus's armor. It is a full set of plate mail. It's got like plate greaves, leg pieces, body piece, pauldrons, gauntlets. It's a full set of plate mail, and as you look at it, Ken, those memories, and Aerith too, you both were there. You can hear kind of distant memories in your mind of Aureus just ting, ting, working on that thing, because he worked on it for days building this. You approach it, run your finger along the engravings, and remember the meticulous work that he put into carving in the scriptures of Ilmater, and as you kind of run your finger along it, they do glisten with a slight kind of goldish glow.
I'm gonna put this to good use. I look up. Like, Ilmater, I hope you don't be mad when I not destroy the armor, but change its form. So please don't be mad. It's gonna be all right.
It'll
Your
look
armor
new
features
and
on a
shiny.
touch, right?
Huh?
I think it's just you need to touch the set of armor, right? Hold on, I just want to get the narrative correct. Proficiencies.
Yeah. I mean, like mechanically, I just need to touch a set of armor, and then it becomes my arcane armor.
Okay, you do need to take a short rest. That's what I wanted to check on. It has to happen at the end of a rest, so you have to do it over a rest. Did you want to do that here or in the guild hall?
I was gonna do it in the guild hall.
Okay.
But I need to skedaddle to the library.
Okay,
Or
so you'll save
anything
that
else.
for later. Okay, got it. So the two of you gather up the gear here from Aureus's abode, back across the street to the guild hall to deposit it. Is there anything you wanted to do while you're here?
Actually, maybe they also might have what I'm looking for here. I'll go find Chad. See if they got any like instruction manuals on specific types of combat maneuvers. Specifically, like hand-to-hand combat that helps with avoiding like attacks, or like how to better like training to help like toughen one's defense.
Roll me a d20. As
Okay.
you drop off the armor and kind of set it in the small barracks room that you have assigned to yourselves, you turn back, heading back to the front counter. You see Chad.
Oh, what the fuck?
No, that is so unfortunate.
Can I?
Want to library?
Would I be able to help him at least?
It's not really a skill check. This is kind of a do they have it check.
Okay. Never mind.
And it's
Chad doesn't know.
yeah. I know Master Hadrian knows how to fight defensively like that. He's been trying to teach me, and as well as how to use Aureus's halberd, but he's not available right now. Robert's halberd. Sorry, my bad. Robert's halberd.
That's a huge dynamic difference there.
It is. Big difference. I don't know why my brain mixed up. Maybe later he might be available. Sorry.
All right. No, it's all good, Chad. I appreciate you trying to help out. I guess I'll find it at the library then.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I give Chad a pat on the head and say, "See you later."
Sure. See you later.
It's a weird thing to do. Pat a grown man on the head.
He's so timid. He's like a little bunny rabbit.
Yeah.
He's a kitten.
He's a little
I'm
kitten.
waiting for him to have his glow up phase and it becomes.
I'm waiting for that too.
I told you, Chad's going to be your 11th hour.
Oh, I better make
You're going to
a
like call Hadrian for help, and he's going to be like, we only have one person we could send. And Chad shows up.
Drop out of the sky. Superhero landing.
It's gonna be sad. The party's gonna be like frayed and broken, and Chad's gonna show up to try to save us. He's gonna get killed, and it's gonna bring everybody together and motivate us to get right.
That would be his best 11th hour move, wouldn't it?
No, Chad.
Oh, man.
Chad.
Anyway,
no.
Chad's
Chad
tragic
balls
future aside, you all conclude your short trip to the guild hall. While you're there, you do see Rose, who had made their way back there at some point. You just sort of pass them in the hall. We'll find out what they're doing soon. Before heading down to the library to go and research the things you're looking into. Now, I know Ken's looking into his fighting styles. Aerith, when you get to the library, what are you looking into?
Oh God, what was I looking into?
You have a lot of things that you could be looking into, so my brain's been kind of in like 16 different directions.
Weren't you looking to try to research that star metal to make your effectively make your gun?
I
And then
mean,
you were
I
also
kind of already
you were
did
also
that.
looking into the Dale Land stuff.
Yeah, so I kind of already did that in Baldur's Gate, but it was mainly a children's story. I
That
guess
was the children's story was about Acheron, wasn't it?
no.
Yeah,
Was it?
that was about Acheron. Yeah,
I thought it was about the star
it
medal.
was. It was kind of. It was a children's tale about the planes, and it was more of like a children's introduction to the multiverse at large. But you found that while looking into Acheron.
Akron was mostly made of star metal.
That's what it was. I think for right now, I'll look into the not the star medal, the I already forgot the name.
It lands.
There you go.
All right. And Ken, you're looking into combat techniques, right?
Yep.
Okay. Can you both roll me investigations?
I have advantage because of my background.
You do. As you lead Ken towards the martial section of the library, having studied in this one before. Wow. Okay, that's really good. Okay. Information drop time. You leave Ken to study in the. It's more of like a classical university's library. There are multiple rows of bookshelves that have just like tomes on them that can be used to. They're just more of like studies of different martial techniques. This is kind of like a I'm trying to describe it in the right way.
Take your time.
Scholars who have studied combatants have taken these notes and accumulated them into a way to maybe possibly teach others in the future, but it's always written from a scholastic point of view, like an outsider's point of view looking in. And as you kind of flip through, Ken, you're looking through tons and tons of different quote-unquote manuals, and none of them give you really what you need, like what the actual movements are. They go into the benefits of why, defending this part of your body is something that's necessary in combat, but not how to train yourself to do that instinctually. And so it takes you a while of having to dig through all the bad stuff to find the good stuff. And you do find it. In the back section, there's a almost unattended, disused part that just has this random assortment of papyrus scrolls, like just bound in leather, these big leather or parchment sheafs that you just start taking out, and as you unroll them, you remember in Avatar, Last Airbender, they had the waterbending scrolls?
I was just thinking that.
You find a sequence of these, and it's with a 29, you find a series of them. Something that there's one that shows artistic stylings with descriptions and like detailed drawings of a warrior using two weapons and fighting efficiently while dual wielding. Another one using a long arm weapon and the different techniques, stances, and therein. It's basically a assortment of training papyruses for the basics of every fighting style. So you could at least get started, and you do find one for the one you're looking for.
Yep. Sweet. Okay.
And then for
So
Ken,
all I need to do is just memorize it, and then we'll go from there.
I was just about to say, it is a immaterial thing to have to memorize that scroll or reproduce it in your own hand, like in a series of pages. You can't take the parchment from the library, but you can easily recreate
Who
it here.
says?
The attendants at the library and the high-level wizards that run the library.
I was about to say, I'm
Can
pretty
they-
sure they're
can-
gonna
can
chase
they
you
stop
down.
them? Can they actually stop Ken or Aerith?
They have force
Try.
cage. I was like, wait, could they? Wait, level 7. They'd be at least level 13, so 7th level spells, they'd have force cage, they could stop them.
They could try.
They could try, that's true.
I mean,
Don't let your dreams be dreams, guys. You can rob a library if you really want to.
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to try and counterspell that. Too
Alright.
scared.
While you leave Ken to research the fighting techniques that he has come here to enlighten himself on, you head back into the library and find an attendant. The same attendant that nobody had found, and they kind of like narrow their eyes. Getting a lot of questions about that one. Recently, I think we. You know what? Just come with me. I'm just gonna lead you further into the library, up a few flights of
Okay.
stairs, and into a room where you see nobody, kind of hunched over one of the books. On the other side of the room is Emmeline, who's got her feet up on the table and has like a book in her lap, and she looks up and goes, "Oh, well, it's a party now."
I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, I guess that depends on what brings you here. I mean, what's going on?
Well, I was gonna research the
Dalelands.
Dalelands.
I'm just gonna go ahead and put it there.
So...
Right. Yeah, Rose had messaged us a few days ago asking about that, and I've been digging into it. Come over here. And she'll kind of like take her feet down from the desk and put the book she's reading on the table. Actually, nobody. I need that one for a second. I need that diagram I showed you.
Do I see the dummies book that she was reading?
Absolutely. Well, roll me a perception check. She's not exactly hiding it, but
My perception
It's a good
says
question.
passive is a 17.
17. Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
I asked the dice, and there was a 20. Okay. All right. 20% chance that they were going to roll higher than a 17, and I rolled an 18. So, all right. You do see it. As she's not reading through it at the moment. She had flipped back over to it. It doesn't have a title on it. It looks almost like an adventurer's journal, and with the 22, it looks kind of burned and charred around one of the edges. But that was done so long ago, and it's been magically mended since then. But you do see like those remnants, like scarring on the leather. She'll fold that one closed, pull the book on the plains over, and kind of putting a bookmark in where nobody's at the moment, flips back over to that overview of the multiverse. Okay, so here's what I've been able to figure out so far. That place is crazy, but you know that. Our world is based on these four elements. They live in harmony with each other. They make everything up: air, fire, earth, and water. They originate, at least from what I can tell, in the material plane from the Dalelands. Each of them kind of existing within that big space. Like, it's massive. Here, and she'll kind of like flip to a different page. There's studies on where the elements originated from and how it all came to be, and the idea is that these different planes all kind of created the material plane in a place where they were overlapping, with the positive and negative energy planes, the Shadowfell, or the Feywilds and the Shadowfell, and then the four elemental planes overlapping into this big kind of bubble, and then the material plane is what comes of their conjunction. Or maybe it's the other way around. We can't know. Either way, what we do know is that these planes have a massive effect on our weather, and so that's what I've been looking into for a while. That and anyway, you're good here. Nobody, you can go back. I got this, and she pulls out another book from downstairs, and this one looks new. This one looks not like new, but relatively new compared to the older tomes that are very like the ones that she was showing you of the planes are hundreds of years old, like maybe even 700-800 years, and this one looks more recent, like last 300-400 years. This is a farmer's almanac of rainfall and the day-night cycles over the years. And what I can see, or what I've been able to see, is that there's a weird kind of pattern shift where things become more chaotic. Either we go into massive droughts that last for years and years and years and years, and then suddenly end. Massive flooding that, again, years and years and years, and then it'll suddenly end. there was a story from not long ago of a winter in Icewind Dale that lasted for 3 years before it just suddenly ended. These things happen, and from what I've been able to gather, there's a weird association with these things getting bad. Groups of people, groups of adventurers traveling to the Dale lands, and then they're not bad anymore. But aside from a few adventurers' journals that have made their way back, there's no living soul to say of what's there. I've been trying to make sense of this one, and she holds up the journal that she was reading. It talks of stepping into a land of heat and lightning, a place where the very earth itself scorched their feet, and demons rose from the vents in flaming bursts. It honestly, it sounds like he just traveled to the plane of fire. But it doesn't, I mean, I don't know. I'm still looking into it. You're welcome to pick up at any of these points and help me, but that's what I've been able to find out since Rose sent information, is that the Dale lands seem to be somehow affecting the weather, or at least the flow of elemental ether into our world, and that travel has been made there in the past, but, I mean, okay. This one, he says they went through the mountains. He doesn't even really specify what they did. He just says, at the beginning of the journal, we just crossed the mountains and have stepped into a plain of fire, or so it seems. The sky above is still recognizable to us, and the day and night shifts. So I know I'm not on the plane of fire, but if it weren't for that, I would not believe it.
Huh. Well, I think you have a pretty good handle on this.
You do? Okay. I guess I'll...
He's like, I don't want to get involved. You carry on. You keep doing all the work.
So, for now, I guess finding books about the other planes would be good, especially the 4 elemental ones.
Okay. Roll me an investigation. Well, you got the 24. Okay. All right. I had forgotten you had already done that. Okay.
And the only thing I can think about is if it explained that there was like fire and lightning, then maybe like basic elemental combinations or attributes, just to get a better understanding.
What was the order of the cycles?
Fire, earth, water, air.
And what was the order of the cataclysms that happened? The recent one was...
The most recent one was... The most recent quote-unquote cataclysm was a smaller one that happened in Icewind Dale, and that was only about 7 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. Before that, it had been a while. The most recent, like, drought... It was probably a drought that was caused, and adventurers went back about 125 years ago. But that's probably the journal that she's reading, and there isn't any... There are patterns that are still kind of building, but there hasn't been any start of a new pattern since then.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But looking into the elemental planes... you do find that there is not an elemental plane of lightning. Lightning being a manifestation of positive energy and fire. Like, it's just heat, but at an extreme, and it from what you can tell, it would crackle around in the plane of fire. But while you do your reading, alongside Nobody and Emmeline, who is very quickly getting frazzled by all of the information in her brain, we will go to our next narrative initiative, which is
I just
Eidos.
push one of my notebooks towards her, and I'm just like, start writing it down.
Oh, trust me, I've got plenty of notebooks going. It only helps so much. What do you know about compound interest on large gold sum deposits into I don't know what any of this means. They didn't teach us this in school.
That sounds like a problem you
I
hired
just
someone else for.
put my hand on her shoulder and I'm just like, they never do, sweetie. And I'll go back to my research.
Eodos, as you break away from the party and head to Manon's, you step in, and it is as busy as it usually is. The the elven attendant woman sitting at the front counter recognizes you as you come in, and she stands and gives you a little bit of a nod. Welcome back. What brings you in today? More interesting work to be done?
Maybe. Mainly right now, I need to restock and resupply on potions. We had a rough go the last few days, and I may or may not have nearly exhausted my stores. So,
Well, we have been increasing production as you have been buying us out every time you've come back, so we've been trying to keep up. Whoa, that was 5d40, not 5d4. Hold on.
hell yeah, we need all of those. You just bag them up for us.
There's 127 greater healing potions currently available. Let's see. All right. She turns and nods. Let me get in the back and see what we have currently brewed up. Comes back out with a large case. She actually makes a couple trips. The first case she sets down is just the common healing potions. These are the ones we've been working on the most. We have 28 currently available. They are, for you all, 40 gold pieces each. So 28. Then she steps in the back and comes out with it looks like it's about the same size. There may be a few less potions, but some of the potions are just larger. She sets it down. We have 14 of the greater potions. Call it 240 each. We have 6 superior and yes, wait, hold on. No, they still have the one supreme.
And the one supreme
And
that
of
we
course,
still haven't
the
fucking
one supreme.
so fucking fast.
Superiors are going to be because they're
That
giving you like
supreme is like the in case of emergency break. If all out war breaks out, and come here and get that potion. But until then,
Right.
it's just gonna stay on their shelves in that glass case.
Yep. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody remember how much the superiors were the last time we were here? I'm trying to find my notes.
God.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Okay. I know roughly that they were, let's say, 1,000 gold pieces for each of the superiors. So that's what we have currently available. There are other resistance potions and things along those lines that are also available if you're looking to expand your repertoire of potions. And of course, our magical items are as up to stock as they normally are.
Alright, let me see.
It should have been about a 20% discount is what I was aiming for.
Let me get 4 common and 3 greater. That way I can have 5 of each, because that seemed like a pretty good spread last time.
60. Alright. That would be 880 gold pieces.
Alrighty.
Or 88 platinum. Alright.
I appreciate you saying that because I was about to bust out the calculator, but
Alrighty.
So like, just how much is that in Electrum?
Let's see. Electrum?
Like 10 silver, I think.
It'd be like, yeah. Well, it's like 2 gold per electrum, or 2 silver per electrum. So it's times 5.
I think it's
4,400 gold or 4,400 electrum. Alright. Is there anything else that we could find for you, look for you, do for you today?
well, we've kind of been on a combination kick here lately. Who is my party? Do you happen to know? Been talking to about like magic item creation or augments?
I believe your
Mr. Man
friend
himself.
Rose had met with Manon himself for the continuing efforts of their arcane
Do you
enhancement.
have like a bell on the counter that you ring to get him?
Roll me
Could,
a
could,
persuasion
A,
check,
man-
real
a
quick.
Manon bell
yeah.
rings in a specific tone.
Oh my god, the Aethertician.
Yeah.
I can go and find him for you, sure. Give me just one moment, and she'll step behind the counter. She'll be gone for about 3 or 4 minutes before re-emerging from behind or from out of the door behind her counter. If you would follow me, I can lead you to his offices, and you can discuss with him what you are looking to have done.
Sure, appreciate it.
All right, leads you back through the hallways to Manon's office, where he is sitting there and looks up at you. Ah, Eidos, welcome, welcome. Please have a seat. Have a seat. So, what can I do for you today?
Well, I have an item that has been unendingly helpful pretty much since we got it. And I was just wondering, because it's not anything fancy, but it is so effective at what it does. I was just wondering if there's anything we can do with it to like improve it in some way. And I kind of like put a foot up on his desk just so he could see what he means. And he's just talking about the wing boots.
Hey, you got those from here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
because
Yep.
I think that's why it was
Times
keen
we
to give
came
me
here.
wings to fly. Yeah, he looks down. He goes, "Well, I do recognize my own handiwork, but I don't recognize the sheer brutality you've put those things through."
We are prone to trouble, and they have, in every instance that they've been used, been a lifesaver.
Prone to trouble. That is a
That is-
serious understatement.
That
Right.
does make me feel, I don't know, a sense of warmth and pride in my work. Now, your friend had asked a similar thing. Rose had brought in this, and he'll kind of bring up the cloak of displacement from behind the counter, asking for me to look into possibilities for enhancing it or making it stronger. And when I was learning enchantment, enchanting was very precise. It was kind of like if you touched an enchantment in just the wrong way, or even in just not the right way, there was a significant chance of it exploding, and a much more significant chance of it just going and breaking. Now, let me see if I can show you. And he'll kind of like put his hand over the cloak of displacement, and he'll cast a short incantation, and he lifts his hand up, and this like weird matrix that looks like an enchantment circle just sort of manifests itself above it. This is the arcane inscription of the enchantment of the Cloak of Displacement, utilizing parts of the arcane beast there within, the attunements and various things therein. Normally, this is very unchangeable. It's very rigid and solid. However, at this point, he'll kind of like twist his hand, and you watch as the circle shifts and kind of bends around his will. I'm finding that I can manipulate the enchantment circles and apply new aspects to it, depending on. And he'll kind of like release it, and the energy goes back into the cloak, depending on what the wearer is desiring. So, I've only really experimented with low-level enchantments being added into things. I've created couple of interesting things. I took a cloak of a manta ray and I combined it with a cloak of protection, adding a little bit of defensive arcane element to it, and that is one of my more interesting items at the moment, as it increases defense and provides the ability to breathe and swim underwater. The winged boots themselves are pretty not overly complicated enchantment, but they are a step up. I could potentially increase grant them some sort of defensive boon to you, or maybe increase your movement speed once or twice a day, if either of those, or anything boot related should be able to. If you want to be able to jump further or higher, although with the ability to fly, I don't know why you would want to jump, but these things can be added. And I'm finding it is kind of rejuvenating my passion in the craft. I had found it had stalled, and it's only in the last year or so that it seems to be, I don't know, enlivening itself.
You know, like, weirdly enough, I feel like we're having that effect on a lot of people because we bring a lot of dumb shit to the table, and you guys put up with our nonsense, and you all have a very good knack of making it work.
Well, I've definitely run into adventurers in my time, and normally, in the past, it's very similar to what I've run into with you and your crew. However, it's usually more disappointing on their side, as these, like I said, they tend to explode. I'm not quite sure. I'm not questioning it. I'm slightly questioning it because, from an intellectual standpoint, it does make me curious, but it doesn't concern me. If you're looking to have something done, I could potentially do some work for you.
Yeah, like I said, these come in really handy, and I definitely the more we get into, the more dangerous the things are getting. So just want to be on the safe side. So like, honestly, if you can add some defensive options, that would be great.
Yes, I could add a protection spell in there. Probably take me day and a half to gather the necessary ingredients and get the spell crafted out. What do you say to my daily commission is 1,000 gold pieces or 100 platinum. What do you say to 125 platinum for the entire enchantment process?
He just kind of scratch his chin. Is there any way to add two things in it if we bump the price up?
I can certainly try. What are you looking to add? A defensive boost?
Nothing too great. Like, I was just thinking maybe like an extra hour. So like, instead of 4 hours, it'd be 5 total.
To enhance the enchantment therein. Roll an intelligence check for Manon. I'm just gonna give him.
I'm glad you said for Manai, because definitely not Eodos's forte.
He looks at it, kind of like puts his hand back over the cloak of displacement and pulls it up and looks down at it. Interesting. Huh. Let's say 2 days, 200 platinum, and I'll do my best.
Alright, that sounds fine to me. You guys keep us hooked up and give us plenty of discounts already, and all of your handiwork has been great, so I'm fine with that.
All right. Well, you'll have to leave the boots, so I hope you don't mind going barefoot at least back to the guild hall. I don't have any
it'll be
shoes for you
fine.
to
he'll
All right.
he'll pop them off and leave them for him,
Perfect. Well, I'll
and,
see
and
you.
he'll leave the two.
Awful.
Yeah, Enos will definitely apologize in advance for that because they have been through so many dragons at this point, so many environments, so many body parts that they're probably not great.
He goes, no worry, I can take care of it, and he'll cast prestidigitation, and it kind of like bounces off of it, hits it, the spell goes away for a second, and then comes back, and he's like, oh dear, oh my.
We have been through some stuff.
Prestidigitation plus.
These are one of the items we have had the longest. So
It does make me feel like a part of this adventure. Well, 2 days. Anything else you wanted to take care of, or what's the rest? What's left on Eodos's to-do list? figured we
I
could do
think that's it.
something.
Do we have any way to communicate with each other? Because I didn't mention I was going here, but I can tell him that he's got the cloak if they want me to try to get him to do anything with that.
Um,
I think Rosa has message.
yeah, but that's 150 feet. It's really not really. Not aside from.
I mean, you could ask him to cast sending to one of us, but
Yeah, would you call one of my friends?
Roll me a persuasion check. It's not necessarily a high DC, but just
Well, at least when it comes to persuasion, that's something
Right.
is at least okay at, and he gets advantage.
he kind of just like drops his head and waves back and forth. It just smiles at you and goes, "Give me one moment, I'll let them know." And as you kind of just smile to yourself, we will switch over to Rose. Rose, as you followed the party at a safe, kind of removed distance, you saw as everyone broke up to head to their various haunts. Ken and Aerith heading into Arturia's, Eodos heading to Manon's, and you went into the guild hall. What is your plan for today?
Guess they're gonna beeline for like Hadrian's office, but I guess they'll stop in front of Chad first.
Okay. Well, that's actually a good reason for Hadrian not to be available when Ken comes knocking later. So, as you approach Chad, hey, Rose, how's it going?
Chad?
Rose?
Come on, try it again with more conviction.
He kind of like stops, takes like 2 or 3 deep, steadying breaths. Wow, okay, go Chad. Rose, how can I help you? What's going on?
There you go. All right. I'm honestly just kind of hanging out today. What do you do here?
I'm doing it right now.
What are you doing?
Talking to an adventurer.
Before I came up here, what?
Oh,
I don't know. What were you doing before
kind
I
of
walked
like,
up? I'm bored.
Roll me a persuasion check, Chad. He gonna get bullied.
Chad, no.
Trying-ish to be nice.
Yeah. Let's see. What would he be doing? 25. That's
My baseline.
that's your baseline. It's still just fun to make you roll. Let's see.
Someday I'll roll well.
He was reading a novel. He kind of like goes, I was reading this, and he kind of holds it up. Fuck, what was the name of the book that Aerith was reading at the beginning of the campaign? I made a name. It was funny.
The like smut romance novel.
Yeah, it's one like you recognize it as one of the romance novels that Aerith had been reading at the very beginning, and it's kind of like I wish I had better notes. Because I know I made names up, but you recognize that he was definitely reading like a romance adventurer novel, where it's a romance novel about adventurers.
Huh. So they'll reach over the desk and like take it from his hands and like flip through a couple pages. Really?
It just passes the time. It's interesting. Is it really like that with all the I don't know, the fun and the adventures, it just sounds so fabulous.
It can be. We've definitely had some fun, especially like earlier, like when we were, quite in such dire straits constantly. They flip a couple pages and like squint and just. I mean, I've done this a couple times, yeah. Usually with random people.
mean, okay. So it's not something to really be too afraid of, right? Like, even if you were, say, right there in front of a dragon with nothing but a halberd in your hands, your armor, and your friends, fine,
okay,
right?
that's a little different than this surprisingly graphic scene in this book.
It kind of comes and goes. Here, you're still early. This one, he flips it later in the book, and he's like, dragon, it's big. But see, they kind of like
Okay,
sing it a
they're a
song,
little
and
yeah, no, they're a little cocksure. I mean, when you're fighting a dragon and stuff, Chad, you're standing in front of something that wants you to die. Very and adamantly wants you to die. To be honest, it's kind of most of it's a blur. It goes so fast. Suddenly you're standing there and you're casting spells, and then you get hit with fire and you're 3/4 dead.
oh.
Yeah, and then somebody from the sidelines throws a healing, and it helps a little bit, but not really with the caustic burns that you just received.
Can you roll me a perception check, please? Caustic burns, and as he replies, stuttering and wide-eyed, you look to your left and you see Hadrian. Rose, what are you doing to the boy? Stop terrorizing him. He's not going to fight a dragon.
I mean, it
Not yet, at
sounded like
least.
he was thinking about it, and I wanted to let him know, it's not all fancy footwork and party banter. It's mostly screaming and running for your life.
I mean, you're not wrong, at all, but just, it doesn't start that way, all right, boy? It's fine. You got it. You know how you crawl before you walk, and then you walk before you run, and you run before you fly? Well, fighting a dragon's like teleporting.
Yeah.
You got to start low. You're like level 2,
6.
level 3. We're not going to send you against a dragon. We're still trying to figure out what type of fighter you are. Chad just sort of nods. Okay. So no caustic burns. Okay.
Well, not yet. Unless you get real unlucky.
Do you think that we could beat a dragon with a song, like it does here in the book? Do you think that's possible?
Are you looking for bard pointers? I'm not really that kind of bard, honestly.
Right. Okay.
But I mean, if you want to sing,
I kind of I like the idea of defeating something strong like that with something nice. I don't know. It's nice.
Yeah, I'm sure. Look here. Next time you go to the library, trade this back in and get something a little less. What's the word? Trashy.
It's kind of trashy.
Well, a little, yeah. I mean, that's the things that they're describing. You can't even really do that physically. It takes a lot of bending. But
he sort of looks at you and starts to blush. Oh.
Yeah, did you not get to that part yet?
No. I read this whole book a couple times. I just didn't know that was impossible.
No, I didn't say impossible. I said difficult. You gotta be flexible. But I would suggest there's a couple intro to bard, how-to guides. If you're looking for happy and friendly while you fight. It's that or I don't know. Clerics are happy sometimes, I think. Arturia was kind of dour. Maybe, yeah. Like
The party used to be
entertainers.
happy at one point.
We used to be. Just look up, like, do you have any magical, like, innate abilities? Do you cast magic?
He shakes his head. No, not aside from just using the magic here in
Okay.
the paperwork and stuff.
Yeah. Then try bard stuff, like a how to. You kind of learn how to do that stuff as you learn how to fight. And you don't know that stuff innately, like some sorcerers and stuff are just like, hey, look at all this power I have. And that's kind of bullshit because I worked real hard for this.
Got it. Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Kind of like he's very like I don't know, what is it? It's kind of like encouraged, but at the same time unsure. Just swords part.
Right.
Just you wait.
Yeah.
Just tell Chad to find him like a sugar mama or a sugar daddy and become a warlock. That way he doesn't have to
Right.
work for it. He can just borrow it.
Yeah, I don't.
Are there good sugar parent warlocks? He might be scared of the kinds of ones that we've seen.
I mean, you can make
Tell-
he can make pacts with anybody, as long as he's got something to offer that they want to use. There are plenty of good ones, maybe.
There's
Ooh,
there's Tamora, the god of luck. There's Eldath, the goddess of peace.
There you go.
Let him make a pact with
A peace
the Red
warlock.
Knight. I just really want the Red Knight involved at this point.
He's so
Right.
If I'm being honest.
good, right? Okay. Well,
Right. So honestly, I'm bored. So if you want to hang out and do something, I was gonna talk with Hadrian, but he could come with us. I just wanted to honestly, Hadrian, I just wanted to throw some of the shit out of my bag at you and make you deal with it.
all right. Well, why don't we go get Hendir and we'll all sit down together and go through what you have. Maybe we can add some funds to your guild, guild count to help compensate you for some of the.
A little bit.
I
would be
honestly
nice.
don't even know what y'all could be carrying around in there at this point. I've seen you pull
Right.
little dragon guts out of there, so
Yeah,
let's go find
okay.
Hendir, and I don't want to do that in my
All
office.
of that stuff I was gonna we're kind of done with all that stuff, so I was gonna give it to Erodi and let her play with it.
We'll put it in the we'll put it in the cold room downstairs. Just Erodi's not good with money. Let's get Hendir involved with this, and unless you're just giving it to her, at which point she'll love you forever. But I figure you're probably gonna want something for what you got, right?
I mean, if she keeps making shit for us for Eidos and nobody in Dareth and stuff, she could have it, I guess. If it gains us favor.
I know she loves y'all, especially Eidos. So I don't see why she would ever not want to make whatever she could do. But if you give, if you just want to provide us with materials, and gives her room to explore and help outfit some of these other adventuring parties, maybe.
Sure. Why not?
I don't know if y'all have noticed, but the dragons have kind of gotten a little sparser around here. You
Probably
killed a
'cause
lot
you
of them.
Killed them all. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that we're really running into as many, and so if we're looking for any sort of augmented gear in that way, y'all are probably our best bet right now.
It's a bunch of little bits and bobs, but I'm sure she'll figure out something to do with it. I also, before we go talk to Hendir, I have this stuff for you, and they will just pull out. They're gonna pull out the 10 sets of china and 20 high-end cutlery and the tablecloth and everything that they stole from Foxman. I got
yeah,
you
fuck
some
that guy.
fancy stuff for our new cafeteria.
Oh.
There's also this magical candelabra, I guess.
He
Here,
picks up one of the
Chad,
China
have.
sets. This is worth probably 25 gold pieces alone.
Yeah, but they're fancy.
That's what I'm saying. It's worth a lot of money.
Don't sell it though. But like, we could have fancy stuff in the cafeteria.
He looks down at it and kind of runs his finger along it and looks at you. I don't want to sell it. I mean, I actually think it's kind of nice. I just don't know how I feel about letting adventurers use
Well,
China that's worth,
yeah,
that seems
it's
like
the
a
nice
problem.
stuff. Pull it out for the nice things, like for us, and
Ah,
you guys
yeah.
can use it.
All right. I see what you're saying. So diplomatic,
And like,
dinners and situations like that.
yeah,
All right, here.
and maybe Chad if he
Don't unload
promises
that
not to
here.
break it.
Yeah, don't
Well,
unload that here.
that's
Well,
it's
you're
already
kind
there.
of you're in the process of unloading it right now while I'm telling you not to
Yep,
unload
I'm
it. So you
3/4 the way done.
all right, Chad, can you move all this to the cafeteria, please? Thanks, buddy. All right, let's go find Hendir. He kind of like puts his arm around your shoulder as you take out the last of the tablecloth and everything, and put it down in the middle of the atrium.
Come back when you're done, Chad. We're gonna spar or something. I'll show you bard shit.
Oh, okay. That sounds fun. Okay.
Yeah, I'm running a little on empty, but it's fine. I'm not gonna use the big stuff on him anyways, right?
That's true. Those perceptions and persuasion should have
Yeah,
been a disadvantage, but that's fine. It's fine.
I thought about it.
Yeah.
I was gonna
All right.
reroll some dice, but
So,
too late.
for offloading your gear, as you find Hendir in his office, sitting down amidst all his stuff, he sees the two of you walk in, looks up. Boss, Rose, what you got for me today?
Oh, they're just gonna start throwing things on the floor for you. Let's see.
I think they're just trying to kind of offload everything they got. So we're just going to give them as fair a price on
This stuff.
everything, add it to all that we got, and try to re-outfit some of these new adventuring groups that are coming up. Maybe get some people that we can get back on the caravans now that things are starting to lighten up a little bit, at least on, the Western Road. You still don't want to really head north from here, but we've cleared, he kind of looks over at you. We've cleared a few of Robert's
That's
gifts.
good.
We've at least cleared about 20 miles out from the city, but,
Yeah. I think we did let you know the gist about that, right? Did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Just
kind
tell
of brought me
everybody
up to
not
speed.
to go to Squirnoble
Yeah,
at
don't.
all.
Yeah.
unless you're really good at avoid Scornoble.
I'm not
Right.
heading up that way anytime soon, and I mean, it's kind of unfortunate because the Western Road leads us past Baragos, which is also just sort of like, as Baragos, it's just sad to kind of
Yeah.
the ruins of an ancient city, or a city that 20 years ago was thriving and now is.
Oh yeah, we gotta see what we can do with the Dracolich stuff. I completely forgot we had that.
Right? And I have a couple things that like I have notes that I gave it to you guys, and I don't know if you put them back or if you used them or.
I think everything that you assigned to somebody like that got used.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean this bottom like 2.5 is already in Hendir's storage anyways, and I was thinking that we could just like give that to a roadie.
Okay, so you're just gonna provide a roadie with those.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other stuff is just some random shit that I have.
Alright. He picks up the diamond ring and looks at it and goes, "It's not a bad diamond. It's worth probably 100 gold pieces if you wanted to take it with you. Or I could give you, 150 for the ring. It's your call.
Sure.
There's good amount of fangs and claws here. Add 500 gold to your account there.
Sold for the privilege
wait.
of getting rid of all this shit in my bag.
I just saw a longsword +1. Let's do 650 because that's actually kind of useful. The rest is, it's nice, but it's stuff he's gonna have to repurpose. The longsword +1 he can just give to somebody, so he'll give you that. So another 650 gold into the guild bank, and you can empty your bag.
Alright, now we have 19 and a half gold.
And while you're in there with him, you hear the door open, muffled voices of Chad, Aerith, and Ken outside Hendir's office, because Hendir and Hadrian's office are right next to each other behind the front counter. You hear as Chad has to, unfortunately, tell Ken that Hadrian is unavailable at the moment, because he's helping offload all your stuff, and then you hear them leave, because that lines everything up.
Rose kind of like glances at the door and they'll sigh a little bit and get back to throwing stuff on the floor.
All right. So, gives us a good narrative beat for everybody. Back to our starters. Let's see. Nobody. You were looking into the Bureau of Interplanar Defense, and there isn't anything written about that in what is written here on Acheron. Acheron was once a battleground, and it kind of sits sits between the Nine Hells and Nirvana, which is a pure lawful neutral. Acheron tends to sit kind of right between them. It's like if lawful neutral is north and lawful evil is east, Acheron is northeast. So it has like influences from the Nine Hells, but it had kind of chosen to rise above those in maintaining order. What you do find is that it doesn't. The agents from Acheron don't come to the material plane. From what you can discern with the 19 investigation reading through it, they tend to keep to the other outer planes or maybe the elemental planes. But even then, the book that you're reading has all sorts of warnings against going to the elemental planes, like warning. Fire immunity does
Don't.
not work in the plane of fire. You are not immune to the planar fire. It will still hurt you. It doesn't hurt you as much, but it does still hurt because it is planar fire. It is pure fire.
That sounds like quitter talk.
Sounds like they didn't stack enough magical items to me.
I will get true fire immunity.
True fire. I mean, there are those.
Elemental.
The denizens of the fire plane, or the denizens of those planes, do have pure immunity to those elements, as they are creatures of that element. And there are some like recounts of creatures being banished to those elemental planes and then being reborn there as like demons almost. It would be like the closest analogy. They're kind of like primal entities. But looking into Acheron, it seems like what little is written about it is that it maintains or helps to maintain a truce between the outer planes. There isn't any real mention of the Bureau of Interplanar Defense, as that's a name strictly for the interior of Acheron, but that their agents have been known to be seen in other outer planes by people doing things like astral projection, where you can project yourself to a plane without actually going there and suffering all of the horrible effects. Still suffer some of them.
Could someone astral project to Ascaron?
As you look at it and you ask, Emily lifts up her head. Well, I mean, yes, theoretically, astral projection historically has been used to explore new planes, to reach out to places where people haven't been yet, and then find a route to get your physical body there. The spell itself creates a kind of physical form for you to interact with the plane on, but as soon as that form dies, you're just sort of returned. Now, I have read some in my research on planar travel. Githyanki have a weapon. Yes. And she flips open the book. Fear the Githyanki, for they shall cut the cord if they find you exploring places you should not be. So what that means, I'm not sure, but I do know that the astral self has a a sort of link back to your original body, and from the recounts of the powerful wizards that I've read about, you can see it, so it is not without risk, but it is also less risky than going there yourself.
Is there anyone we know of who can astral project?
Roll me a d20. Luck rolls!
Let's go.
Everyone,
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Let's go.
Hey.
You kind of like, I mean, I've read about powerful archmages. I mean, they tend to reaching into those higher levels of magic. We're talking. I think astral projection is actually 9th level.
It is really high up there.
Okay. Okay. Channeling those magics, it's difficult. It's akin to opening a dimensional gate or casting a wish spell. And as she says that, you think to yourself, you, in the last day, have not only seen one gate, but a granted wish. And you know of a place where 9th level magic can be cast, and you know of a cleric who has cast 9th level magic.
Hey.
She's not high enough, so she needs that extra boon. But as you hear Emmeline talking about it, Arturia might be able to do that with the help of Null and Tasmakella on the mountain. She might be able to project us there. We'd probably need the, jacinth worth 1,000 gold, and then a silver bar worth 100 gold for each of you that goes.
What is adjacent? Is it like an
I
orb?
think it's a
Gem.
gem.
or something?
I think it's a gemstone. Yeah, it's a gemstone. It's a reddish orange gem variety of zircon.
Apparently, astral projection is necromancy.
It is because it's
I did
That
not
makes
know
sense, I suppose, yeah.
removing your soul from your body.
Huh? Is there a simpler version of astral projection where it's just a message?
Well, the sending spell can reach across planes. There's from what I've been able to discern, about a
Fun stuff.
5% chance of failure, but you kind of need to know who you're reaching out to in order to make that connection.
I remember for spell scrolls, you have to have be of that same spell casting class.
I think you need to have
You-
a class.
You have to be able to cast a spell at some point in your class.
I could do a cantrip.
Dude,
That's
that
about all I got.
Let me see. Because this is actually a really good question. Because you have
Yeah. I mean, if
magic
it's a
initiate, right?
scroll,
It's through. Well, I can kind of cast spells through my class features. Because I can cast Pass Without a Trace
right.
using Shadow Arts, and then I can also cast Darkness and Silence. But it's Monk, so I don't know.
I don't
We'll
think that
we'll get you
counts.
we'll get you a magical megaphone that every time you push the button, it uses sending and you just speak into it.
Yeah. So I don't know if that counts as me being a spellcaster or not.
Yell across plains.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you also
I-
need to be. It needs to be like on your class list to be able to cast
Let
it.
me see.
Yeah. That was why we had a spell that we had to make Rose be able to use the scroll for because nobody else could cast it. But
Yeah,
you
'cause
get
it was only
it's got to be in your class spell list.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
and
spell
does
is on
not
your
have any class spell lists.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately.
I was looking for the phrase "if you are able to cast spells," because technically, looking it up, your shadow monk is casting spells, and it can be counterspelled, which means that it follows all the rules of casting spells.
Gotcha.
That's really unfortunate. Somebody can counterspell your use of key?
That would be
that is
hilarious.
Damn.
that is just one more reason why people hate Monk. It's like finally I
That
can
is
do
so
something.
unfortunate.
Counterspell.
I'm a quarter caster. I can
Counterspell.
finally do no. The one thing that
No.
all casters have to deal with, you also have to deal with.
Is there an item that casts sending that negates the class property?
Sending stones, but
Those have to be
you have to
linked.
have that's a two-way
Yeah, they're
street.
linked.
I'm trying to. The place that you're trying to reach is not on the material plane, right?
Correct. And I
Okay.
do know the person want to reach, kind of vaguely.
Did we find the same item, Fox?
Oh no, I was
found
looking
an
at
item.
Dream of the Blue Veil,
I think that one would
which is
also
a
work.
fucking weird spell, but it has to be on the material plane.
Oh, that's what the catch is. Okay.
Yeah. And it's a weird spell, but like you dream of the place and you pull back a mysterious blue curtain and then you mentally and physically are transported to that world that was in your vision. It's fucking weird.
It's
That's
weird.
weird.
But you could create like a safe little demi-plane to hide out in. That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, aside from sending, I think that's
There's dream, there's a couple other things that we could do, but I don't know that you could do any of them,
No,
unfortunately.
that's the power of melee. I can do a bunch of shit in combat. Out of combat, I'm like, where are the
Right.
casters?
I mean, she kind of looks at you. If you are from Acheron, as we've come to believe,
Could banish you
Rose
there.
could banish you.
That's so fun.
And then, I mean,
Right.
okay, they could
Find
banish
a
you
way
and then
back.
bring you back. Well, you
Yeah,
know,
I
that
could
you
banish
only
you for less than a minute.
you just
Okay.
saw them do this. You saw them do it to Thorn
That
just
is
days
true.
ago. And
Yeah,
then once
you
we
got
have
1
something to
minute.
link to, we could plane shift there. But honestly, requiring lower level magic, but being more dangerous as you're physically actually there.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I just need to get there long enough to talk to someone and get some information. All right, I guess I gotta go find Rose and do dumb
Okay.
shit.
All right, bye, nobody. I'm gonna keep reading about how horrible the elemental planes are.
Best of
Oh.
luck. Do you want me to bring you a snack when I get back?
Yes, please.
All right.
Could you bring me barbecue? For some reason, my brain is just craving barbecue.
Barbecue. I will.
No, maybe not barbecue in the library, Aerith. Aw.
I was gonna say I'll see what I can find that is barbecue. Maybe some beef jerky. Probably the
Some jerky
closest I
rash.
can bring. Yep.
Ken, having gathered up and copied your scrolls, are you copying any of the other fighting styles? Because with your substantially good roll, not surprisingly, substantially good roll, you found them all. You can spend as much time as you want in here copying them down for future use.
Learn them all. Become the ultimate fighter.
You pick them up and just start training everyone in whatever suits them. Become Seafood Kid.
You know what? Yeah, that kind of. I was on the fence, but weirdly enough, that kind of made me excited to learn them all.
Hey, I mean,
So,
an
yeah.
ancient set of scrolls containing ancient fighting styles as the baseline for the Starfall branches training. I think that sounds dope.
Yeah.
So it will take you most of the afternoon into the evening. It's probably about dinner time by the time you wrap up, around when Aerith is also wrapping up his research, getting hungry and heading, well, he's having got a snack from nobody, he's now hungry again, and is ready to head out. You do copy them all down meticulously into a tome that is kind of provided for you. Say 1 gold donation cost just to cover the tome to write things down in. But you look at it and you've seen tomes similar to this. They are usually imbued with heavy magic, but the way you look at it, you run your finger on it and it looks like a manual, like one of those magical arcane manuals. Like millennia ago, the ancient enchanters probably started with something like this and then put knowledge into it and skill and muscle memory and everything else, arcanely layering enchantment into it that then can be passed into a reader.
Neat.
All right. Nobody. Well, okay. I'm trying to see. So Rose is selling things. Is there anything else anybody wants to do for the day? Because I can tell you what Aerith found out that night, and then we can kind of figure out what all you all want to do during the downtime. If there's anything else you wanted to look into, and then we can go from
Well,
there.
I'm hoping to get like the materials to rebuild my boots and my other lower level magic items.
Okay.
At least get the materials so first thing in the morning I can get cracking.
Okay. All right.
I need a loan. I just realized.
So Ken is heading to Manon's then, because you also had some items you wanted to buy too. Or are you just getting the non-magical components? Like, are you trying to build the wing boots, or are you just trying to use your infusion in them?
I mean,
Because it'll take longer to physically build them. You'll have to actually craft them. The infusion is just instant. It can just go into any set of shoes you want.
yeah, but I like the idea
Yes.
of like rebuilding his stuff. He's got like really cool jet boots.
Heck yeah. Okay. All right. Did you want to buy the? I know you were looking into a cloak and a ring as well. Did you want to get those now, or do you want to do those when you guys are heading out?
I mean, I'm here. Well, I mean, might as well take care of it now, right?
All right. So heading out of the library that evening. See, you guys gathered together for an early dinner. Your day's adventures around the city, catching each other up to speed on what you found. Let's see. What did Aerith? Oh boy, what did Aerith find?
We believe in you, Aerith.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Learn
Let me
everything.
check his roll again. Let me check his roll again. It's 24. Not bad. Starting with the journal that Emmeline had given him, it abruptly ends. Reading through it in its entirety, it is an adventurer's log of their trek through the Dale Lands. They had emerged into a place of fire and come across a group of people living there. They were... Let's see. Can somebody roll me a nature check for Aerith? So a d20 and then I'll add his modifier.
Two.
2. Okay. Aerith had never heard of these. They were described as feline in nature. They lived in the hot desert sands that stretched from horizon to horizon, and actually proved themselves to be friendly. They never revealed what they were called. They were just the people of the fire, but had essentially explained to this adventurer that this area that they had found themselves in is one of many that shift and move through the lands known as the Dale Lands. This kind of wide expanse that has almost been stomped down compared to the rest of the world by titans. And that word is capitalized in the book, and Aerith makes a point to kind of like express that it was a proper noun term that was being used there. Is like, these are the titans. It talks of the titan of fire having grown restless in recent years, which was causing an abundance of fire-aligned energy, essentially, to seep into the world, and that the adventuring party was told that by quelling the restlessness of the Titan, balance could be restored again to the Dale Lands and the world beyond that. But the log only really goes up to seeking out what this Titan may be. There is no information. The last entry is like we're, approaching the place where we have been told it should be this central factored point within the lands. It ends before the writer reveals what it was, probably because it didn't go well for whoever was writing this tome.
And was this specifically just about the fire set? Like, are there other entries about the other ones?
There is a section. He flips, or he kind of like flips to his notes on it. There was a section here that talked about other nations that live in harmony with the one that the adventuring party found themselves among. A group of I don't know what any of these species are. It's some sort of horned. I'm guessing probably tieflings, horned creatures, and then something that flies. According to this, they said that each. Here, you can read it. And in the book, the adventurer will explain that the Tabaxi, as I'm just going to name them because Aerith wants to. The Tabaxi there had told him of the keepers, the ones that live in the dales, the Dale of Fire, the Dale of Earth, the Dale of Water, and the Dale of Air, and the different species that have found a niche there and have created their own little societies, but they're insulated. They tell him about the places where the dales collide, the edges, and the dangers there within, where fire and air conflict and lightning crackles at incredible rates, and it's just very dangerous. So it's not a place where people can survive easily. As you're reading through it, Eidos, like kind of just flipping through, can you roll me a investigation or insight, either one?
Yes, let's see which one will be higher.
Flipping through his
Like
notes.
investigation.
You kind of find yourself looking down at the notes, and you're like, you look at Aerith and you ask him, why does it say that their city moved? And Aerith kind of shrugged and says that the adventuring journal explicitly states that the place where the Tabaxi live shifts as the plains themselves, like the dales themselves, move. With a 26 investigation, with a natural 20 investigation, I'm just going to give it to you. Aerith had dismissed it out of hand, but as just kind of as like a ridiculousness, because you beat the 25 DC of getting this information. He's like, it said something about their city on the back of a giant turtle, but I think that's just crazy. So I just figure that means it moves really slow.
Okay, well.
It's the actual giant turtle. Just putzes around.
Is it? That doesn't. It's a desert. What kind of turtle would live in a desert?
The fun kind.
Giant kind?
I don't know, Rose. I don't know. I didn't roll high enough to get that information. That is what he finds out doing research into the Zidellans.
Well, I mean, I guess that's a pretty good starting point. I don't know if you guys have any ways of honing in further on this. Our intellectually based guys in our.
I think we just need to know how to get there, right?
Yeah.
Step one, at least.
Yeah, unfortunately, this journal, he started it once he got there. Maybe we'll find another one. I was going to look into Star Metal stuff tomorrow, but we'll see. If we have some more time, I could probably dig into this a little bit more too. Feels good to be back in a library.
Also, grab Chad some intro to basics like adventuring books.
I know just the one.
Prefer. I don't know if I trust you. Maybe I'll send a message to Emily.
I guess you could. All right. Having concluded dinner and being brought up to speed on what Aerith found out, it is still early enough to make your way to Manon's. So Ken, you are heading there to get the materials you need to do your work. Is anybody going with Ken?
I mean, Eidos will definitely tell the group, like, hey, don't forget, he's got that cloak of displacement if any of you want to try to use that for something.
That's honestly, it can go for it. Like, talk to Manon and just have him make whatever you want with it, because I want you to use it. I want somebody to use it, and you're the best person to use it, I feel like. He was
If
gonna.
I can get to an appointment with him, sure.
Yeah, I mean, just tell him that you need to talk about the cloak that we were working on getting commissioned, and I never really like told him what I wanted to combine with it, so you could probably just pick something that you wanted done.
I had forgotten, but you did actually get a sending from Manon letting you know that he had made some progress on the cloak and was ready to
Okay.
discuss the future
I
of
guess.
that with you.
Yeah,
You
I
did
would tell
pass that
him.
persuasion check, Eidos, so he did send the sending.
Okay.
Okay. I would have told him that it was for Ken, so if he shows up and like just work with him on whatever he wants done with it.
Okay. There is no reply because he does not want to use another spell
Yep.
slot.
Fair.
All right. So Ken is heading to Manon's. The rest of you just retiring for the evening?
I want to mini spar with Chad, but
And I want Rose to banish me.
tonight? Tonight might be a problem, considering I don't have any more spell slots.
Okay, a different night. Or if someone...
Maybe tomorrow.
I can manage you if you would.
Yeah, you can. If
Now,
you can.
Do it.
Are you
He doesn't know what
confident
he's
enough?
asking for. Do it.
Are you confident enough to take this risk? Nobody.
To just get banished?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
Uh,
get
I mean, how long? Is it... How many times can you banish me?
Three. I have three spell slots, so we can do this up to 3 times. Now, whether or not you can deal with it 3 times is a completely different story.
No, does your banishment do damage?
My banishing is banishing smite.
Ah!
Does,
Yeah,
and you have to be less than hit 50
Yeah,
points.
You have
so
to be under half health.
yep.
Yeah, let's not.
I thought it had to be
Yeah.
KO'd. That's not necessarily bad, all right? I thought he had to go unconscious, but
No,
No,
it's
you have
just
to be
it's just under
at least
50.
50.
you'd be like,
Yeah,
"Here, I just
easy.
need to stab you real quick, just like
Right?
okay, now you're at
And
like
then
Just close your eyes. It's 6 seconds and you'll
home.
be there. And then it'll just be 2 quick chops, and then the second chop will.
I'm gonna say wait for Rose to do it because I would hate to go there and just immediately be in a bad situation. Unless Emily knows. That's a surprise. Unless Emily knows banishment.
oh. I mean, it's 4th level. She does have 4th level spells now. She can
In theory.
actually, yeah, because you were talking with her. Let me see.
About doing stuff like this.
You were actually talking to her about it, and she had recommended Rose, but then she kind of stops and thinks about it. And I mean, if you wanted to dial back a little bit, I don't.
Or we could do it
have-
after dinner.
You can do it after dinner. I don't have the spell available. Ooh, that actually works really well. I don't have the spell available, but I could potentially purchase it if you're willing to help expand my spellbook repertoire.
That
It's a
works
4th
for
level
me.
spell, so it would be, and I'll just say this in Emmeline's voice so that you guys can account for it. It'd be about 100 platinum, so 1,000 gold for the spell scroll, and then I could copy it into my book. And I haven't used divination or dimension door yet today, so I could cast it this evening.
That works. Pull it out of Rose's account.
Nobody said confidently.
Make me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
As she takes a deep breath and kind of like purses her mouth, and she's like,
What's she gonna do about it?
Oh yeah.
You have to die.
kind of
Yeah.
like,
Come on, you know Rose likes you. If anything, she'll be happy to give you the money.
her face turns from this like almost like sucked a lemon kind of contorted concern to a mischievous smile. Give me your tag for a second. Give me your tag. I'll return it to you this evening. I just need that.
Alright.
You can knock
Borrow
1,000
your
gold
credit
out
card.
of the guild bank.
Alright.
As Emily now has banish.
Finish.
Gotta love elegant quarterer.
That was good. I was like DC 25, and bam,
Hell yeah.
got it. Hell yeah. All right. So at dinner, having known that Emmeline would have the spell ready that evening, you finish up. As Ken heads to Minon's, you go to find Emmeline. She's returning from the library that evening, ready to assist you with the spell. Is there anyone else doing anything? I'm just trying to get my narration.
Who wants to see me get banished?
I got a spar date with Chad.
You are
So-
sparring with Chad, yes. Are you physically sparring with Chad, or are you using vicious mockery to make him sad?
No, I'll be nice. I will use like a bunch. I want to show him like different
Oh, a bard
bard
fights.
spells.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me
So
a
I wouldn't just like break his brain.
give me a performance at disadvantage.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
All right. Eodos, are you watching Chad learn about bards, or are you watching nobody get banished, or do you have a different idea?
Whenever nobody was like, "Who wants to watch me get banished?" Edos just kind of plop down and watch. 'Cause
Aerith will also watch. So as Rose leaves to go and teach Chad about being a bard, and it's with the intent to not bully him, it's not difficult for Rose, but you find yourself stopping at a few points, taking those deep breaths, focusing yourself, and then going at it from a different direction. You are you're a storyteller performer, so you can tell these well-woven tales that can help explain how your magic was useful in those moments, and then using the more tempered approaches of Arturian, Ken, and Aureus, you know how to, or not know, but you attempt to speak gently and to not upset him. And by the end of the evening, he is definitely more interested in that than he was at the start of the day, and is kind of finding himself liking the backline. Like, he likes the idea of being a defender. He liked the defender
Right.
halberd, but his body, he's
support.
just not particularly strong. But what you've noticed, give me an insight check for Rose as well, also at disadvantage.
Yes.
Just curious how well you can roll.
We believe in you, Chad. Just throw in some weightlifting exercises and you'll be good to go.
counts
Your
in it.
You don't even need to be beefy if you're gonna be a support.
Yeah. Your biggest concern for him is his confidence. And as you are explaining it to him, it's never done in a negative way, but you are constantly like returning to this. Confidence is key when casting magic, because for a bard, you're literally using your charisma to shape the world around you. And it just like Eodos does. Eodos uses his force of will to shape the world, to shape magic, to control it. Whereas Ken and Aerith use more of a intellectual understanding, same with Emmeline, of how magic works. So you can give him that, like, confidence is key. And by the end of it, he's like nodding. Okay. Deep breaths. Slow. focus. And he's kind of like just slowing himself down a bit and taking things a little bit slower. And as you are, going through different motions, you start seeing little sparks of arcane just out of the corner of his eyes, like those little bits, those first signs of spellcasting, as he slows down and tries to believe that the things you're doing he can do. Ken, because I wanna do nobody's last. Ken, you head to Manon's. Heading through the door, it's roll me a persuasion check. Let's see how, because they are expecting you. Give me an advantage.
I was gonna say, here we go.
Yeah.
I got my high rolls for today, so I'm
It's not
expecting.
bad.
Yeah, those were good. Okay. Heading in, you were expected. And as you step in, the elven woman there, Ken, it's good to see you back. I believe Manon was waiting for you, so if you follow me, I can lead you to his office.
Thank you.
She'll lead you back through the hallways you have been in before. You peer in and kind of have that that recollection, a little chuckle to yourself as you step down the hallway and look into Edwin's little his office, because he had his own little enchantment office as one of his more premier enchanters. Walking through the hall, you enter into Manon's office, and he stands up with his arms wide. Ken, it's good to see you. Please have a seat. Rose said you would be coming by for this, and I'm really curious how you would like me to proceed. Have they brought you up to speed on what I was doing here?
Yeah, they did. They were very adamant that I would be the best out of the bunch to utilize it, so I guess it falls to me to figure out what customizations I would like for it. Me, I like to keep things practical, so if it's possible to research a defensive augment to it, I'll be more than satisfied.
That's one of the more simple enchantments to add in. I had a question because I had just realized it. You've been wearing your cloak all day, right?
Yep.
Or are you're because you've been walking around the city. Okay. Do you do anything entering his room, or do you have your hood up and everything?
I'll wait until the secretary or
Attendant.
person leaves.
Yeah.
I'll sit down. I'll say that, and all right, sir. I'm gonna pull my hood back because it's a little warm in here. Just for right now.
Here we go.
Can you keep what you're about to see between us, just for right now? You've been so good to me and my team that I believe that I'm comfortable enough to show this, and I pulled the hood back.
So, as you had entered, he had stood up and kind of greeted you, recognizing the lower half of your face, seeing a little bit of the scales, but not noticing the extent to which you had changed. You are taller too, and the horns kind of poke the hood up a little bit in the back. But he hadn't said anything. Greeted you, waved his hand, turned around to go and get the cloak, as well as like a couple of glasses of wine that he could pour. And so he's kind of pouring that as you say that. And he goes, "Oh, well, what? Oh, that is a bit of a change, isn't it? Here." He sets it down. Yes, of course. If it is something you wish to keep private, then I will speak no word of it.
Just for right now. I'm still on the fence of whether or not to make my new form quotations public.
Yes, it does strike a bit of a chord. It is strangely reminiscent of the half-dragons I've seen, but not nearly as... Was this a polymorph spell gone wrong, or... I'm sorry, it is probably a private matter, and it is improper for me to pry. He'll take a sip of his wine.
All I can say right now, it's a little bit to do with my adoptive dad and my friends having to resurrect me recently.
Resurrection magics. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I see, I see. Well, they are categorically unpredictable, being linked to the gods as they are, so I can understand. Alright. Either way, you had expressed interest in enhancing the protective capabilities of this. Now, a cloak of displacement is an inherently protective item using, and he'll do the same thing where he waves his hand over it and kind of pulls up the enchantment wheel, and you can see it as enchantment, like you recognize the arcane threads within and some of the core concepts of it, but only because there's a little bit of overlap. It's like looking at two different languages that use the same letters. And he'll kind of show it, enhancing its protective capabilities by imbuing it with the power of, say, a cloak of protection would not be particularly difficult. The extent of that would just be my more simple enchantments, as they are the easier to imbue. So if you want me to proceed with this, I could have this ready day after tomorrow evening. So 2.5 days from now. And it'd essentially be a +1 cloak of protection on top of a cloak of displacement. So it'd give you an extra 1 AC. And I know you were looking for the cloak +2, so this would be 1 less AC, but you would have that disadvantage until you're hit.
Yeah, that's a good compromise. I don't mind.
All right, very good. So, as I had spoken with Eidos earlier, and had told Rose, I do have a daily commission fee of 1,000 gold pieces. You have provided the material components here, adding in the protective enchantment as merely my magical powers as well as my time. Let's call it another 1,000 gold pieces for the enchantment process of the cloak, and we will go from there. Or 100 platinum, whichever is easier for you to do the math on.
Okay. So about that, in my resurrection, all of the items that I procured that wasn't linked to the divine, pretty much, was either trapped in the astral sea or erased from existence. So I currently don't have funds on me. I was going to buy a bunch of materials to rebuild my equipment. Would it be possible to shave a little bit of that from the purchases I make here shortly?
Kind of like rubs his thumb on his chin. You outline what you would need for your various your weapons, your winged boots, the things that you need to build, your new armor, like all of that. Well, no, actually, you have Aureus's armor, but that'll be fun. Okay, got it. Sure. Let's see. Is there anything else that you're interested in? The larger the purchase, the more I may be able to shave off, as opposed to the individual. Did you want to try to do the ring of protection now too?
Yep, might as well.
Okay. He looks down at it, kind of like, let's see. Now, this ring of protection +2 is a much more complicated enchantment than the normal one, granting a +2 bonus to your armor class instead of +1, as well as +2 to all saving throws. It's important to remember that it does +2 to both. Normally runs 10,000 gold pieces. Now, you all have been very, very key to my survival in recent months, so I'm willing to knock that off to 8,000 off the top. Now, if you want to throw in the commission work, these materials, is there anything else that you might be needing, potions or otherwise?
Well, I don't want to go too hard considering like the funds used was gained from a collaborative group, so I don't want to spend too much and have Rose, bite my head off over it. Give me a moment to think, and I'm actually going to think because I really have no idea what else to do.
Yeah. All right.
Manon
If
Manon says they're
I have
like,
a really,
they just spent too much money.
We are
I
not.
have a really fun idea.
Hmm.
Is there a way we can create an item that gives me like a charge of a Chardonnay stride, or like a charge or two of a Chardonnay stride, like a day, like per day? Because I really like that spell. Because
Could get it
Let's
in
go.
tattoo form.
ooh, nah.
It's
Actually, I mean, I just threw that idea out there, but I honestly have no idea. I mean, yeah. On second thought, potions do sound good. I should probably get potions.
I know Iodos purchased some earlier, but I believe he bought those for himself. We currently have 24 common, 11 greater, and 6 superior available, with the supreme healing potion crafted by yours truly still and apparently perpetually available.
Okay. Can I do 6 commons and 3 graders or 4 graders?
Okay, let me see. Sure. All right. So the potions, the items, and the ring. Normally, combined cost would be somewhere around 13,000 gold pieces. Okay. Knocking off the frequent purchasers, the good friends, the family and friends discount. Give me a persuasion check. I've got a couple numbers in my head, and
Immediately adding Flash of Genius because I don't trust it.
okay.
Preemptively.
Here we go.
And then 16. Okay. Kind of, let's call it 8,000 gold pieces for all of it. Or 800 platinum, whichever easier.
Okay, I think that's fair. Yeah,
Roll me an
that's fair.
insight. If you want to see if he thinks it's fair, go ahead and roll me an insight.
I mean, I trust
No.
him, but just
He's probably like, fuck no, this ain't fair, but they've done so much, I kinda gotta give it to them this way.
Right?
You look, and as you say that seems fair, there's like a nod of yes, I'm making some money. That's what's important. Fortunately,
A little bit.
there's very much a fortunately I have control over the entire ladder of creation for my shop. So from ingredients to inception, I am in control and can make the most profit. But if I were having to buy this and resell it, oh boy, would I be losing money.
I would like to add a little extra. I mean, not to. This is just for thanking you.
Oh,
Is there a way I could like show him like how I would make like wing boot, like all of the like items that I have on my like feet list, pretty much like the um wing boots and the goggles of night, and
if
like pretty
you're,
much like ways to make those items, like streamline the way to make those items.
I mean, I'm quite busy for the next few days getting your enchantments up to speed. But if you wanted to swing by after that and give me a rundown, I've seen Edwin working on your bag of holding artificery. Is that what you called it? And that it does have me intrigued. It's a unique way of creating such things much faster. So I would be interested to be shown. I'm just quite busy right now, given the current
Yeah, that's
work.
yeah, I perfectly understand, sir. Yeah, whenever we stop by to pick up the items, I can just hang back and just show you the ropes.
Okay. Alrighty. Now, before we head to nobody, I just want to shoot Ken a whispered message really quick, and then I need to get a drink as well. So give me 2 seconds.
And we fund like so much of Iriable every time we come through. It's so great, dude.
I feel like we should be offered like a 10% discount on all shops at this point.
You were.
They should
You
just
had
give
20%
us.
off the top. Potions are
They should
normally
just.
50
Uh,
gold, and you got them for 40.
They should
Of
give us the key
everything.
to
The
the city.
tattoo parlor, we need 10% off of it. Anytime we
I
get
mean,
food,
I
10%
Stock
off.
options.
I usually get a decent discount from Lorena because we used her so much.
Yeah.
We need to be tax exempt. I don't even know if we pay taxes in this game.
Probably not.
Next thing we know, the IRS is after us.
Yeah, adventurers don't, because you're kind of like what is it?
Vagrants.
Yeah, you don't make a consistent enough amount of money for them to know how much to charge you. But magical item shops charged out the ass in taxes. The safety that a city provides for a magical item shop, they complement each other really well. It brings money in, and the city makes it safe. Two, they tend to attract dangerous people, because dangerous people buy magical items, who then cause chaos. So the city needs to be able to protect itself from its investment, therefore needing more money from its investment. It's I don't know. It's a funny little dichotomy and arrangement. But all right. Well, you think about that, Ken. I need a drink.
Alright, so if nobody gets stuck, I can bring
That
in my
finally
other
is.
character, right? Is that how that works?
If you want. I guess.
Nobody
I'm sure we
still
could
has
figure out,
unfinished business.
right?
And I haven't
We
even
can figure out how to
started
get you back.
actually filling out the character sheet. So if nobody somehow gets stuck, I'm kind of up a creek.
I mean, I'm sure we could come get you.
What's the worst that could happen?
That would be another fun adventure. It's like, oh, now we have to go get fucking nobody out of whatever plane he ended up on.
I mean, at least we can, in theory, with the chunk of metal from your brain, I could use that as a medium to plane shift
That
to
is
get
true.
there. So we could get there and then just like, hey, bus is here to pick you up. Come back over here, you asshole.
So what are all the things we still need to do? We still need to get Sid, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we need to save Sid. We need to
Mhm. We were gonna
figure
talk about doing some sort of like meeting with a bunch of
with all the
people.
high people. We still need to figure out the proper way to get to the Dale Lands.
Mhm.
Obviously kill Severin, but that's a bit later.
It's on the
a big
way.
goal.
It's a big goal. We'll get there when we get there. Alright. See
Alrighty.
how it goes.
So, as Ken heads to Minon's, did anyone else step away, or is it just me?
I think it was just you.
Just me.
I think it was you.
As Ken heads to Minon's, Rose, you head out to the training yard to show Chad the different ways of combat, as the only real way he's been seeing is either Emmeline's magic, which doesn't really work for him, or
Right.
Hadrian's physical, like...
Sword and board.
Mm-hmm. Nobody. Artificery.
Artificer. Hell yeah.
As Emmeline heads into like the you guys were probably eating in your, they have like a makeshift secondary cafeteria set up in one of the halls, like the meeting halls that they've just been using. It's much smaller than the cafeteria, but it's where you guys have been eating. As everybody leaves, Emmeline steps in, sees you and Eodos and Aerith, and smiles. Okay, I got the scroll. I've scribed the spell. I think we're ready to try this, if you're ready.
We'll kick it
I'm
off.
as ready as I can ever be.
Hey, I'm gonna keep you there for just under a minute, okay? So you'll be there for about 50 seconds, and then I'm gonna yank you back. Should be okay, right?
Well, I need to get a message. Okay, well, I'll end up somewhere random, correct?
Yeah. If you have anything to maybe focus on, you could try to direct it. I don't really have any control over where you go. Usually you
Okay.
just
Let
Go.
me write on a piece of paper a note, so if in case I see someone I recognize, I can give it to them before I get yoinked back.
Okay, that's smart. Okay.
Or just leave it on the ground. I'm sure somebody will
Or
find it.
yeah. So I'm just gonna fucking type.
Type out as you write out your note. That's actually very smart. I was wondering. Because yeah, if she leaves you there for a minute, you're just there again. That's just where
There
you live
forever.
now. Yeah.
Yep. And like I was saying, we could, in theory, if he gets stuck there, we have the shard of metal from his head that would work as a plane shift
You do.
like key. So we could, I guess, go get him, but
God.
That would be a lot of extra work. It's like we have so many
Right.
things to do. We don't need to come and babysit and catch you.
Also, I wrote out the like tag on the side up by the Erebor thing, and it actually looks kind of cool with all the just like the zeros from the 8s and zeros.
Really does. I really like it.
Unless you look really closely and be like, nah, oops.
I think it needs a little bit of like, not this thick because that's way too thick, but like filigree down the sides just to
Right.
make it look more a little. But that thing's, I like it. That's always how I've seen it. Felt
Good
it.
thing I suck at spelling.
Maybe nobody
What
does
the
too,
hell
so.
just happened?
Nobody doesn't suck at spelling. He just spells everything in the Acaronian way.
Yeah, that's totally what it is. To be fair, I no longer have that -1, so I can't say I'm stupid anymore. I can't use that as an excuse.
Average intelligence now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, average intelligence people can't spell sometimes. Spelling is hard.
It's true.
What the hell? It closed my text box and now it put my words in weird places.
Oh.
I don't know.
Alright, I'm just gonna keep it simple because words are hard.
Okay. I mean that's good. That's good. You get a scrap of parchment, scrawling out your note. You fold it up, look over at Emmeline. Okay, ready?
Also, for whatever reason, when I typed that, it broke my map.
What?
My map is
Interesting.
broken on my screen, so it's like it cut off like majority of the map, so I just got a tiny box up in the top. And if I zoom out, it just zooms out on this giant like my map is gone.
You have like control
might
held
wanna-
down or something? Maybe, yeah.
You might want to refresh Roll20, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh Roll20. I don't know what happened.
Alright.
My screen went when I said what the hell, my screen went completely blank and then it like reloaded and then I had that map and my words were in weird spots. Okay, it's fixed. I had to
Okay,
reload.
cool. Give me a d20
I don't know
roll
what that was.
as Emmeline nods, looks over at Eodos, who is probably just anxious to see something happen. Okay.
I should have put
Hey.
looking for Caitlin Carver, but that's too late. This is
Emmeline
funny.
takes out her book. The newly scrawled ink there on the page casts the spell, and in a shimmer of magic, nobody just poof, is gone. Nobody. You feel the magic wash over you, and then, like being pulled suddenly, you're yanked through the skin of the world. And it's a familiar feeling. Strangely enough, this kind of interplanar travel. And where you emerge is in the middle of a wide open space, like a court or a park. You stand on stone cobbles, like well cut square stones, and there are manicured bushes, trees, It looks kind of like Central Park. Imagine Central Park. Can you roll me a perception check?
I would close my character sheet.
In this first 6 seconds, as you kind of like blink in this existence,
First round.
you look around, trying to take in anything. You look up, and high in the sky, you see 2 moons hanging in the air above you. It is daytime, but the moons are out, as they sometimes are. You look around, there are people milling about, traveling, talking, just going about their daily business. The park is open and unpopulated, but there are people here. It's not like the cities in the Sword Coast where the throng of people is so thick that getting through it is kind of nauseating at times. It's very open. Everybody has their space. Everybody's just walking, giving everybody else their space. And as you look in, you see humans and half elves, a couple of dwarfs and gnomes, all wearing similar, like really nicely trimmed and sewn robes, coats that are over nice shirts and pants. They're all very fancy looking. You peer to your left, to your right, and can see a massive city stretching out, probably about 600 feet or so in both directions from you. And then directly ahead of you, you see a fountain with a plaque on the front of it. There is a what would the fountain be designed like? At the top of it, there is like that kind of iconic knight battling a dragon, and water spilling down. It's very just peaceful and beautiful and adds to the scenery and nature here. But what catches your eye about this fountain is that the plaque itself, how is it phrased? Dedicated to the memory of the Bureau agents who lost their lives in the catastrophe that took place on this location. And then there's a date. What do you do? You've probably got about 40 seconds left as you're
Alright,
looking
are
around.
there-
You're keeping.
Anyone who looks like they're in a police uniform or any kind of uniform that would signify security.
Roll me an insight check.
It's like,
Okay, man, you're rolling good when you need to, because like the lower ones, the ones that you roll low on, have the lower DCs. But this one was high. You peer around. You don't see anything that looks like a police uniform, but you recognize one of the couples of people there are wearing garments that you have seen before, garments you've seen yourself wearing before. You see bureau agents that are they're about 100 feet away down a path and walking away, but you can see that kind of like that similar symbol, and as you see it, you recognize it as the logo, the crest, the FBI, that you had seen working within, and with Severin. Do you chase after them?
yeah.
All right.
Wait. Hold up.
Roll me a dexterity check. Because you are a fast boy with double dash, and
I am
you will
indeed.
get there.
Fucking get 'em.
As long as I don't fall.
Okay, all right. You dart through the space, and as you look around, everyone here is much cleaner than you are. Everyone is much more clean-shaven than you are, and everyone's clothes looks like it hasn't fought a dragon in the last week, because essentially this looks like almost like a modern city to us. You see towering skyscrapers of steel and glass over the horizon as you run over the trees, and you catch up to them. Excuse me. You put your hand on one of their shoulders, and they turn around and they look at you. Yes. Can I help
Alright.
you?
I'm trying to reach a Captain Caitlin Carver of the Bureau of Interplanar Defense, and I'm going to hand him a note. Like, I need you to get that to him. I need you to contact her. Important business.
Okay. Caitlin died 20 years ago. Is there anyone else I could get this to? Shoop, you
What?
feel yourself yanked out of there.
Oh no!
As it leads-
And then fucking teleported away.
Okay, that was about 58 seconds. If you'd stayed there any longer, you would have been permanently there. You did get the letter off. As you look down, they have the letter in their hand.
Well,
find
what
anything?
the-
What happened? What'd you
20
see?
Years. Huh? What was the date on the fountain?
All right, you think back. Let's see. I need to roll something for myself. All right. And then. Damn it, brain. Come on.
Math.
Let's see. I'm trying to decide.
Agents.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether the Outer Planes would use the same calendar because they have a different. You have different moons.
Probably not.
It's
Probably not. But would I recognize the time though? Means I'm from there. How they would calculate the time.
Do they have Dark Saturday?
No, Dark Saturday only exists on the lawful good planes because they're the only ones that are good enough to have a Dark Saturday.
Deserve it.
The monument would have been, as you kind of like put all the pieces of the last 50 seconds of information together in your mind, the monument would have probably been about 20 years ago, the dates. It's an arbitrary date, so it's like, for Acheron, it probably started, it was probably like the year 22 something or another, like 2273, and various
Lived in
month
the
and
future.
day, or his calendar started before yours.
And I broke the map again. What the hell?
What is
No.
going on?
Okay, let's refresh that. I mean, at least it's an easy fix, but very confusing.
I mean, we could try again tomorrow. The more times I can cast higher level magic, the better, because it just helps me learn it more. But that's all I got for today.
That's fine. I'm just very confused right now. I feel bad for whoever I handed the paper to, because like King Carter's been like you see a disheveled guy run up to nowhere, give him a piece of paper, say, "Hey, find this person." Like, he's dead. He goes, "Huh?" and then just disappears.
The thing is,
crazy person in New York who runs up to you like, "I'm from the future."
we'll see how it plays out though, because you included you put your name in the note, which is really important. There are gears turning, but as you said, "Huh," I was like, I can't think of a better moment to yank you out of this scene than right now.
That is funny though.
Okay. All right. Well, Ken, you have your gear together. Anything else anybody wanted to do specifically in narration, or do you just want to do a quick few days of downtime and then pick up with gathering your stuff from Manon's? What do you guys want to do?
I did have one thing,
Okay.
or two, depending on how fast we're going through days.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Does anybody else have anything?
Work on my mobile feed.
Yeah. I figured
Yeah,
feet
just gonna be
trainings.
working on that stuff.
Ken's meditating and building, and in the evening he's gonna get cracking on defensive fighter.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So, Ken, give me 3 wisdom checks as
Okay.
you continue to make your progress. Everybody else, give me 3 of your skill training checks, or you could do 1 at advantage to count for all 3 days.
Is that for my wisdom as well?
No, your wisdom is just 3 checks.
Okay. Fair. 1.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I get all these good rolls, and then it's like, all right, you've had too much fun. You
Right.
gotta take it down a notch.
Okay.
I'll roll 2 d20s for Aerith as well.
Sounds good. All right. 17.
Not
So for
bad.
him is a 27. Okay. So, to cover your 3 days of downtime, because it's on the third day that Ken's Cloak of Displacement will be ready. So you guys have 3 days before Ken has his gear back together, during which you'll be meditating. Ken, you're working on getting your artificery tools back together your way. Aerith's going to do research into his star metal. I'd say there's probably going to be time for Ken and Aerith to try to work on Aerith's thing as well right now. But it'll be whether or not you guys want to push past those 3 days. It's up to the party. For your skills, where is my narratively gaining a feat? Why didn't it? Oh, because I'm in the wrong folder. That's why. I need that. Okay. Can you give me 15 d6 for Aerith?
Hell yeah.
15 d6, or no, sorry, not 15. 12 d6 for Rose. Okay, all right.
26 for me.
186.
That's off.
Iados, you get 9d6. Alright. Cool. Okay. Nobody, you get 3d6.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Sorry,
one
buddy.
too many. I misclicked.
For Ken, you're doing your constitution, right? You're still working on your, or are you doing your defensive now?
Well, I was gonna do the meditation in the morning,
Mhm.
do my building in the like mid-morning, afternoon, and then at night start defensive fighter.
Okay. Can you give me a intelligence check for your first tier of defensive fighter? And this is understanding the scrolls and kind of applying them to the fighting techniques.
Okay. 1 sec. Intelligence, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
No.
You have advantage or 2 more rolls. So you can either do an advantage for the 3 days or a roll for each day.
Advantage.
So 14. Got it. Okay. Let's see. You've got, give me 66, and you're going to need a total of 295 points for. Wait, hold on. How much did let me see. How much did I give this one? Sorry, 245.
Slash R. How much?
66. Okay, that's really good for
Hell yeah.
rolls.
Right? That was
All right.
almost as much as I rolled on 12 of them because I rolled so shit.
Right. All right.
So bad.
For your meditations, the first night you find yourself back in that kind of torrent of energy, and in the past few nights you've been able to at least stand your ground to not be buffeted by it, but it is intense tonight. It is a lot, and you find yourself drifting into it, kind of being thrown around within your own mind, this getting caught in the whirlwind of the power. The second night goes better. You manage to, or the second morning goes better. You manage to, in those meditations, once again get a hold of it. But it's like lassoing a whirlwind. It is difficult to conceptualize the amount of power, but you're making progress. At least you felt that way until the third morning, which just didn't go your way. It was another rough meditation segment in which you don't feel like you made it any closer to truly being able to safely withstand the transformation. You're making progress over time, but the first and third mornings you didn't necessarily feel any closer. Okay. Now, Aerith is also going to be doing research into his star metal for his sword. Can somebody please roll me an investigation for Aerith? So just a d20 and I'll add the 10. Okay, 19. All right. By the second day, Aerith has, through research and short conversations in his notebook with Ogma, he thinks he has a way to create some sort of cauldron or furnace that would be able to withstand the temperatures necessary to forge star metal. That it's more about arcanely enhancing ones that are already there, and applying enchantments to increase its heat and pressure sensitive, defenses, so that it can actually be heated up to the 3,000 degrees or so that it needs to melt and reforge star metal. So he's got a way, it's just a matter of applying it. And then from then on, he'll be kind of looking into his things. On the second day, Ken is hard at work. He's tinkering away with Aureus's armor. He's taking the various aspects of it, the gloves, the boots, the pauldrons, the chest piece, the helmet, and not breaking them, but he's disassembling them in the way that you've seen him disassemble things in the past, and putting them back together in new and intriguing ways. But by the end of the second day, it's hard to tell what he is intending to do with this new set of armor. Is there anything else anybody wants to focus on this second day? Before I move to Rose, who has spell slots now.
Nothing's coming to mind.
Cool.
Yeah, I
All
don't
right.
think so.
Word. That night, you all have dinner, discuss whatever had happened that day to your heart's content, and then Rose, you had something you wanted to do.
Yes. Would it be on the first night or the second night, I guess?
I mean, if you had something you wanted to do on the first night, we could go back there. We're kind of just in loose timeline at the moment.
Yeah. I think probably would have tried on the first night.
Okay.
But I guess Rose was gonna go and like hang out with Hadrian and just
Okay.
like keep him company, I guess, while he worked.
Okay.
And then just like while he was doing his own thing, Rose was going to try to see if I can connect to Garrick, like to the blue mask through the masks a little bit.
Oh, have you reattuned to the black mask?
If they
You would need to be attuned to it to kind of get into that hive mind of the masks, but you have a short rest to be able to do it in.
Yes, they'll do just like in the company of Hadrian, and like let him know what they're doing, I guess. And
Okay,
it would
roll
just
me-
be temporary, like just for right now until I'm done, and then I would break it.
Okay, roll me a persuasion check. As Rose reattunes to the black mask. Okay. All right. Damn, burn that natural 20. So
Right.
All right. As you sit down in Hadrian's office, convince him, begrudgingly, that this is a good idea, and reattune to the mask. He continues to work, and then once you're ready, you kind of alert him that you're going to try something. Give me a charisma check. And I need to... Where is the thing that I need? Wait. Okay, it's not much better, but it is better. Okay. As you sit in the comforting, you've had a lot of good, deep conversations with Hadrian here, and he's proven himself to be this kind of bastion of fatherly figure to the party. Someone to just trust that when shit goes wrong, he'll help as best he can.
Right.
You make yourself comfortable and reach into that hive network of masks. And as you close your eyes and begin to drift off into meditation, slumber. You're not sure what kind of trance this is. You focus your intent, your will, on that blue mask. Blue one. You feel it respond in your own mind. Just this tiny little ping of electricity and blue light, and reaching out to it with the idea of chicanery in mind, because you always give Garrick a hard time. You
Gotta fuck with him a little bit.
latch onto it, and I need you to give me a... What kind of fucking save is this? Charisma saving throw? Yeah, charisma
Yeah,
saving
good.
throw.
I'm good at those, so please.
Okay, that's not terrible. Let's see. Really? Is that...
Is he
Okay,
fucking with
alright.
me back?
As you connect to the mind, it wasn't Garrick you connected to. You feel a presence much, much, much larger than yourself kind of respond. There you are, you little set! And you feel a crackling of lightning all around you. Back in the guild hall, Rose's body erupts in a bolt of lightning. Let me see.
Oh,
You're literally sitting in the chair, and your whole body goes rigid as a storm of lightning arcs out from you. You take, with a save, 53 points of electric damage or lightning damage.
Okay. Ow.
As a very, very large draconic face emerges out of the shadows. The blue mask kind of sitting like armored plating over their own dragon eyes, snout, the fangs dripping with pools of electricity, this kind of like blue electric slime coming off their teeth. She looks down at you. Find us when you can, and make sure you bring that with you. And you are ejected from the mental connection. You look around, you find yourself like snapping to consciousness in the midst of a seizure, your whole body rigid and racked with pain. Your eyes open, you see Hadrian, who, though he was not expecting it, rolled a natural 20 on his dex save and managed to not take the brunt of an electrical bolt to the chest. Has like ducked down under his desk. There are arcs of lightning carving his office up out of you, and as you like twitch for about 5-6 seconds, feels like minutes, your body finally goes unrigid, and you catch your breath with a deep gasp, and you hear, "All right, what in the hell was that?"
Ow. What the fuck?
and we just fixed the guild hall as well.
He kind of looks around. Shit, my
God.
maps, my fucking maps. And he starts just like, he takes his coat off and just starts patting the flames out.
They just, Jesus, okay. They sit forward and just kind of probably spit up blood a little bit.
You probably bit your tongue.
Yeah. And then they'll like, God, I want to throw it, but I'm not gonna throw the mask. But they'll like rip it off their face and just like sit forward. And can you insta break attunement, or does that take an hour or two?
It would take an hour to break the attunement.
Okay, I'm gonna work on that.
All right.
Immediately.
As you reattune and unattune from the mask. Let's see.
Does it break it? Do you have to spend an hour to break something and then another hour to put something back on, or?
No, when you attune to something, you can choose to unattune to something in that moment.
Okay, so I'll reattune to my cloak, but Yeah, they'll sit forward, start the process on that, and like look up at Hadrian and just, what the fuck was that?
That's what I'm asking you. I mean, you kind of just gave me a nod that you were gonna do something, and then lightning, literally fucking everywhere. He's like, at this point in the conversation, the fires have gone out as he's patted most of them out, and how he's just like holding burned documents and trying to stack things together. It smells like smoke and ash in here.
Sorry,
It's all right. Just
wasn't expected.
so
Yeah,
that's not
see-
happened before.
No. See, I was trying to. Fuck. I was trying to figure out where, we've told you the old, I guess, old blue worm speaker guy with the mask.
Right. I think you told me about him, Garrick.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out where he was and see if we can figure out where Ken's uncle Sid is. Okay, he no longer has the mask.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean,
No, that was very bad. Apparently a big blue dragon has it. That's just what we needed.
Oh.
Ow. Ow, 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 ow. I'm dying a little bit.
You don't look so good.
That's
Maybe
fine.
you should go get some rest.
Okay. That's a new what's the opposite of improvement?
Detriment?
Yeah.
Wrinkle in the plan? Road bump?
Dragon has a mask.
Probably kill the party. And
Dragon
figure out
has
how to
mask.
deal with
Where's
that.
Ken? They
Rose
just kind of like
chases you down.
stagger out of the office.
Rose staggers. Do you guys use the mansion, or are you going to stay in the guild hall?
I was thinking the guild hall.
Guildhall's
Yeah, it
probably-
depended on how long it took to do all this. I was kind of gonna make them slum it.
Okay.
But
Heading back to your barracks room, which is still a comfortable room. Rose staggers in, their hair kind of standing out in that static electricity, frizz. They do not look good.
Rose, what
bleeding.
the fuck happened to you?
Update. Bad update. So, you know how I said I was gonna contact or fuck around with Garrick? Figure out where Sid was. He doesn't have the mask anymore?
If he doesn't, who has it?
Maybe a big fuck off blue dragon.
Fuck.
I'm gonna sit down. I don't know what that means, but it's not really anything good.
Okay. This- I mean, where there's masks, there's dragons, so I have expected
Yeah.
this, but
They never really had them themselves before. They had all their peons doing the mask work.
Black one
I don't know what that.
it ended up taking it.
He tried. I mean, he tried to grab it and stuff before we killed him.
No, I
I
mean
didn't know that he was.
he had it in his skills. Remember when we killed him?
Yeah,
Because
because he took it from the other girl.
okay. Alright, well, I guess we're having a family meeting later tonight, so rest as much as you can.
Okay. How about
I,
tomorrow?
Fair enough. I'm in the middle of finishing up my building anyway, so I need to focus on that. Especially now, the fucking dragon situation popping off.
I mean, it's bad, but like, what are we gonna do about it in the moment? I mean, it's not like we don't have time still.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to rush things anymore.
Yeah. Tomorrow night, I'll just go straight to the source and I'll dream Sid, who does not have giant blue dragons who electrocute you. I hope.
All right. We can do that. We still need to keep the team apprised. So whenever we're all set, we'll get together and go from there.
Yeah. I don't know where anybody else is. Can I go to bed?
Yeah, you're fine. Go to bed.
Go to bed. Just collapses onto their bed.
All right. Okay. Well, second day. Anything that anybody wants to do? I know you had something at the end of the day, Rose, that you wanted. You just said dream, right?
Yeah, this end of the second day, I'll dream Sid.
Okay. All right. Given the events from the previous evening, is there anything nobody or Iedos want to add to?
Trying to think if getting teleported again would be of any use.
What if you get there? What if you get there and like another year or two has passed?
I would be like, fuck this. I'd be like,
It would
that is
tell
something
you-
I cannot solve.
I mean, it would tell you like the passage of time, I guess. So
You come out, you show, what year is it? And then you're immediately gone.
You're just that crazy guy who keeps popping up in like Central Park in New York City.
Actually, I need to.
I'm from the past. Yeah, we all are assholes.
No, I mean.
I mean, really.
All right. Well, you can let me know, Rose. You can always, go back and do things retroactively, but you that night are going to try dreaming again if nobody else has anything they want to do right now.
Could just write a note.
Yeah, I think it's just focused on building now with the heated fervor. Now figuring out that we got a fucking blue dragon to deal with now.
With a mask.
Yeah.
And okay, knowing all the dragons that we fought and shit, like, was it bigger than an ancient? Was it? Because that hurt a lot. If I hadn't passed the save, that was like 100 and something damage, right?
That was 106, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The force of presence that you had encountered, because it's different than seeing a physical size, but its
That's what I was
presence
wondering,
was
like.
massive. Its presence was powerful, and you've never connected to a dragon like that before, so you don't have much to gauge it off of. By the impact of it, by how it felt stronger than any other dragon you faced up till now.
Okay.
It's so much fun.
Shocked. No, Hadrian was shocked. Oh man, Ben took like 12 lightning damage from just the sheer AoE around you.
Right. Also, just I guess before or that next dawn, I will change my resistance just in case to lightning.
Yeah, I think
Just
the
in
plan is
case.
probably Iedos is probably also going to follow suit the day after, because I assume that's when they'll fill the rest of the group in. But that's also going to be on his plate. Like, let's just go ahead and cover that base real quick.
that off at the pass.
Yo.
All right. That evening, having your day's adventures around Iriabor, Ken still hard at work, Aerith looking into his star metal and coming up with his new forging techniques. Rose, you cast a dream, reaching out to Sid, a man you've never met but have seen through the visions of others. And at
Right,
this
and
point,
I feel like we kind of know him because of all the stuff with Ken.
yeah, you do. You feel a vague connection to him. And as you settle yourself down and cast the spell and fall asleep, you drift and wait until finally he too falls asleep and you enter into his dream. You step out into his dream. It is another cityscape that you step into, but it's not one you've ever been around before. Cogs and gears, levers and chains move in this kind of beautiful synchronicity that just keeps the entire city grinding away, literally, as it all seems to be run on machination. The slight engravings of the mana circuits that you've seen Ken use in his strange artificery inventions are everywhere, as this entire city is running on artificery, and you see an older man, kind of off in the distance, the only one in focus at the moment. He has slightly darker skin, big shaggy head of hair. He's looking healthier and heartier than you've seen him, but he still kind of is just sitting there with his head down and just like, it just seems like he's listening to everything around him. As you step into the dream and can see the hum and murmur of the people around you, you see him and he kind of looks up at you and narrows his eyes and kind of tilts his head sideways. What do you do?
I guess they'll just walk over. They're going to change themselves into Ken.
Okay. You shift.
Just as
into
like a
Ken's form.
familiar face to him.
Are you running out of ways to mess with my mind? Can't even leave my dreams alone, can you?
What do you mean?
Narrows his eyes at you. Your recent trickery, Garrick. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it.
Not Garrick. Just sit down next to him.
As you approach, he kind of like shifts away. You sit down and he looks you up and down. And who are you?
A friend. I was hoping I'd be more familiar. But
I mean, I know who you're trying to be. I recognize him.
yeah, look, I could be here. They'll turn back into themselves again. Obviously, he's been doing something. I know you don't recognize me, but I am a friend of Ken's. We're trying to find you.
You know Kenneth. You know him.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like takes a deep breath. Is he alive?
He is now. Yep.
Okay. I'll unpack that later. But
It's fine. Don't worry about it. He's alive.
okay, good.
And you're still alive? I mean, I guess I wouldn't be able to dream you if you weren't. Maybe. Can you dream dead people? Huh.
I'm still alive, at least as far as I know.
Good.
He left me in this tower 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure. I've been just sustaining myself on the snow melt. but I find it weakening each day.
Shit. But he left you. Why? Where did he go? Why did he leave?
Shakes his head. I don't really know. He said something about orders to move out. He was done with me. His little pet project was completed, and he had no more use for me, so I could just stay here and die. I'm making it as hard on him as I can. I don't really want to
Yeah,
die, but
Don't die. Boy. How do we get there? Do you know how to get to wherever you are? I know the gist that you're in a tower of some
yes,
sort. It's kind of in the north-ish.
some sort of wizard's tower, and obviously the wizard that built it died because he's not here anymore. But I don't know much. I just know that it's freaking cold outside. It's still snowing, and he's left.
Wizard Tower. Starving to death.
Definitely
Right?
that.
Yep. How much longer do you have?
Kind of
Yeah,
like
right. Soon.
I can't predict. I will say that above table, if I were to be rolling Constitution saving throws at the start of the day, I'm definitely accruing some stacks of
okay.
exhaustion and me not doing
Die.
well. But I'm hanging in there, and I know that if you all are doing important things, that this is what I can do. It just makes my heart happy to know Ken is back, because he had told me he died. He told me that he was gone, and
He told you when?
it was before they left, a day or two. He said that Ken had finally overextended himself, and the party was not gonna do well without him. Not from what they understood, he wouldn't be coming back. But you've obviously found a way, so...
Yeah. They...
I think he means Garrick.
Yeah, but who told Garrick that you were dead? I guess Severin. He watches us like a freak.
Like a freak.
I didn't really ask. I tried not to engage with that sociopath.
It's fair. And he said nothing about where he was going, just that he was done and didn't need you.
He kind of sits back, rolls his eyes into his head. He said something about heading for a well.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Well of Dragons, along with the rest of everybody.
That was it, yeah. Took all of the guards and anyone else he had here, but left his creepy creations. I don't know what he intended to do with them long run, but he just sort of abandoned them, so...
So you need to be saved from the top of a tower full of creepy creations, and you're gonna starve to death. Great. Ideal, isn't it?
Are you sure you're one of Ken's friends? You don't really strike me as the normal type
Hey.
of person he'd associate with. You just seem a bit rougher around the edges.
You gotta have some people who are different than you. Otherwise, you got a group of people who are all the same as you. That's boring. You probably don't even get along with them.
No, I'm not even
Gotta
sure.
branch out.
This is probably the best conversation I've had in months, so who am I to judge anything? But
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep you company. I'll call you tonight or tomorrow night, I guess, after. Um, Keep an eye out. Make sure you don't die. Or if you do die and you don't answer me, I guess I know that you're dead.
you seem
Uh,
rather cavalier about all of that.
well, it happens. I mean, it, it's not that I'm cavalier, I guess. It's just that, like, I don't. If you die, what? I don't know. I was gonna say, what's the point in getting upset about it, but that seems rude to you.
I'm more upset about the sucking emptiness of my stomach, but
Yeah. Is there anything that I can do from here? Is there anything you can think of? I've got magic, but I don't know if I have anything I could like send stuff to you.
not that I know of. If you can
Got
send
a
food or a
yeah,
key or a
right.
flying horse to bring me home, any of that would be great. But
I've got a wizard friend. I'll ask.
I'll be here, enjoying the small respites. And he kind of closes
Oh,
his eyes in
sigh.
the din of conversation. It just feels good to be home. Builds and builds as you realize that the crowded city street never got uncrowded. You just sort of like tuned it out while you were talking to him. And then you are returned to your dream.
Boy.
All right. So
Okay.
that was the end of the second night. Aerith, what you have done is, so far, you have determined a way of forging star metal. It's a enhancement, like an enchantment that you need to make on the forge itself to allow it to withstand and create the heats necessary to melt. But through the rolls that the party did for you, you were able to discern a method for going about that. And at the end of the second day, it was when that was kind of like, it was on the second day that you did that. So on the third day, you'd be able to attempt to try reforging it. But what you're trying to do is also going to require an enchantment. Like so since you've been away from us for so long, what would Aerith like to do?
Is this the beginning of the third day?
Technically, we're in like an amorphous, like 3 days are about to pass kind of. We did training for everybody,
Okay.
in which
I got you a bunch of points.
you rolled really well, and I think I added them to your sheet already.
You
It's like
did.
3. I did, yeah. So you've done your trainings.
Okay.
But is there anything else for the third day that you wanted to focus on? Because at the end of the third day, Ken's Cloak of Displacement will be ready. Ken's alterations to Aureus's armor will be completed, and he'll be pretty much ready to go, as far as I know. Right, Ken?
Yeah.
My boots were done the second day, right?
They were, yes. And so they now have an AC bonus of +1, and they give you an extra hour. He enhanced that as well.
Hell yeah.
The only thing I can think of would be to finally, or try to add the star metal into the rapier, and then reforge it so that I can switch back and forth between the pistol mode and the rapier form. That would be my main focus.
Ken, as Aerith is working on his latest creation, you could either spend the day finishing up yours or assist Aerith with his. It would probably add an extra day total to your time here, and you'd get out of here at the end of the fourth day, as you would need to finish up like your winged boots and the small enhancements of, the customizations. What would you
I'll help
do?
Arrow.
Okay.
I'll help Arrow.
You're such a good person.
Make me an Arcana check with advantage. And if Ken wants to add
Arcana.
anything to it as well, he can.
8.
I mean, do I need to add anything?
It's up to you. It's up to you, man.
I'll add flashing damage. Fuck it.
Yay!
32. All right. As you sit down, you've had to kind of focus on other things in the past 2 days. Researching the Dalelands took an entire day, and you'll have to probably check the recording to get all the information that I lore dumped on everybody from your perspective. But as you start to study the rapier that you got, Ken, you recognize the enchantment. You start to not pull it apart, but look at it, to analyze it. The enchantment within the rapier it's unique. The way that it works is kind of like All for One, I think is how we had discussed it in the past. It's like the users of the sword imbue their martial skill. One for all. That's it. Yeah, one for all.
Oh, okay.
Imbue the skill into the rapier, and when you utilize it, Aerith, what you're doing subconsciously is your intelligence is reaching into this well of knowledge within the rapier, this extensive skill database of former fencers, swordsmen, acrobats, tons and tons of information here, and your mind is analyzing that, utilizing it, and controlling your body through that information to allow you to use your intelligence to attack. Understanding the enchantment here is crucial to what you're trying to build. And beating a 30 means that you should be able to get it done in about a day. Rebuilding the forge takes about an hour of spell casting, like ritual casting of enchantments, just to structurally enhance the forge, and it'll only last for a few hours at a time. You then need to apply arcane energies into heat production, and for Aerith, you have these various different spells that you can use, but you're finding yourself using more just pure arcane energy, focusing like that pure will. And as
try to use my new draconic abilities, like try to tap into them to assist with charging the furnace or the forge?
Sure, give me a charisma check.
If you start cracking, I'm gonna smack you.
Okay. You have spent the last week meditating on the power that resides in you, last half a week. Kind of having some trips go well, some not go well. You know that there is a massive well of power in there. And as Aerith is pushing this fire-aligned ether into the heat, and it burns brighter and brighter, the flame turning into a blue flame and then erupting into almost like a white flame, you reach into that deep well, and a single pinprick of light emerges at the end of your fingertip. You hold your hand out, and with care and grace of a surgeon, you slowly move this tiny little point of light into the flame. The white flames erupt into platinum fire, and the flames definitely seem hot enough now. You get the star metal together. Do you use the one from Nobody's Head? Because there was discussion while you were gone about using that as a plane shift key. So do you use that shard of star metal from Nobody's Head, or just the star metal from the dagger?
Dagger.
I mean, if we want to use it as a plane shift key, then yeah, I'll put that off to the side, because that'll be important.
It will. All right. As you melt down the star metal and it glistens from this deep black glittering ingot or dagger into a pool of like spectral oil almost. It's not thick like oil. It's almost translucent, and you can see all these little like stars and sparkles inside of it as it is in the crucible, still liquid. You take out the molds and things you needed for the weapon that you are designing, and Ken, can you roll me a check with your Smith's tools using your intelligence at advantage?
Tool.
As Aerith has provided you with detailed drawings, illustrations of what he's aiming for. Okay, good. 22. The like the design of it, the shape of it, you have the idea in your head, and you start to get to work. Taking the rest of the day, Aerith helps you disassemble the intelligence rapier into its various component parts. Some of it needs to be melted down, but most of it, it's just the components themselves are then repurposed or reshaped. The enchantment itself being maintained through all of this through diligent, careful work by both of you. Through it, Ken, you've used firearms. You know how they work and the skills necessary to utilize Ajdaya and Vidofnir. And in the process of forging and transferring that enchantment, you put your own knowledge and your own information and your own skills into it. It's late. It's probably about 11, almost midnight, when you finally wrap up and you are both exhausted, mentally and physically, and sweaty. But by the end of it, you do have your new weapon, Aerith. And I will have to get the card this week. I know we had talked, let's see. Where's all the notes on?
If you need me to resend you mine, I can.
Yeah, I know they had the combo ones there. Ah, right. Okay. It is a 1d10 weapon. That will hit at ranged or melee. It has a 30-foot default range. Actually, no, because it's actually crafted now. It's got a 60-foot range. It still needs to be reloaded after the 6 shots, in the same way, and it can be used with your blade song, and the change that you had made to the invocation would become active. Like you can use that now.
But my cantrips?
Hold on. It was let me message you. I'm trying. I don't want to reveal everything.
I know.
It was the because you swapped that out for, or swapped that in for, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So as you finish the forge and quench the blade a final time drawing it, did you want to use that image that you'd sent me for it, or did you have a different idea for how it visually looked? I will let you decide.
I'm not good at drawing weapons, so let's just use the image I used before.
Okay.
It'll make more sense.
In its like default state, it almost looks like Ajdaya. Almost. It's a little bit bigger, and there's a strange attachment under the barrel. And as you draw it, you can see it kind of shifts and twists, the blade extending out from the end, having these different forms as you had designed it to.
Oh, that's sick!
In all of your conversations and note-takings with Ogma, you now have your weapon, which I don't even really... I mean, it's technically a gunblade, but I don't know what to call it.
You are now a gunbreaker.
Did you
Just
have
not
a
as
name
tanky
for
as
it,
one.
or do you just want to go with gunblade?
I'll
Or do you want to do...
figure out a name.
Okay.
But for now, I'll just call it Gunblade.
Actually, it would, because you merged it with the... Yes, because you would have merged it with the Sagitta.
Unless you got a name for it.
I can try to come up with one. If you like the naming scheme I've been using for your other ones, I can come up with one this week.
Yeah, I don't mind, because I suck at names, so.
All right, cool. But by the start of the third day, you have finished your new weapon, finally, having gotten there in the end.
So it is
and
a
now
1d10 piercing? Are there any additional, like, is it still a +1, or did it become a +2?
it's still a +1.
Okay.
So it's still a +1. Uses your intelligence for hits and damage, and has a range of 60 feet.
Okay.
1d10 base damage die.
And is it still piercing?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm getting this right.
If you have a gunblade, does that mean you're the tank now?
No! So I can remove
The opposite. I don't
two.
want to be
I
in the middle
know.
of battle.
All right. It will mean that you guys will have to be here till the 4th day in order to get out, as Ken needs to finish up the last of his stuff.
That's actually fine, because I had an idea of something that I want to try.
Okay. Then, if there's nothing else, Rose, what would you like to try?
Okay, third day is the day after I did the
With
3-month SID, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I want to go find Emily, because I need to talk to her about magic and spell stuff.
Okay. Sorry. She is. Let's say she's in her room when you find her. She is taking notes and copying things out of a book, like into her own little notebook, and is writing things down. And as you knock on the door and poke your head in, "What's up, Rose?"
Yeah. How's it going?
Oh, trying to stay busy, just wanting to find things to help you guys with. I don't know, trying to make sense of some of these adventure journals, You guys don't write good notes.
Yeah, that sounds... I mean, Ken kind of takes good notes, but
Ken, the diamond
I
in the
feel like
rough.
that's... Right, that's its own situation. Alright, I need to... I mean, if you do want to help, I've got some complicated magical stuff to think about that is hurting my brain and is a lot.
Okay, what's up?
Okay, so there's a person that Ken cares about who's in a tower and kind of starving to death. Is there a way through spell stuff that we could see where he is in the way that would make us kind of familiar with it?
We could try. I mean, I can't, unfortunately, but scrying maybe? We could try scrying on him and getting a sense for the location.
Yeah. I also kind of just realized what I want to do. We could just go to him, but essentially, I want to figure out some way to send him something, food.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of would be a teleport spell.
Yeah, well, see, and that was my idea too. I could because you can teleport an item. I could teleport him a box of food, but I don't know if I could get it right next to him, and I think he's kind of stuck up there.
Yeah.
So that's why I know you know magic shit, and this is complicated and a lot for me to think about.
I mean, at this point, I think you're probably better with magic than I am, but let's see. Yeah, I mean, if we had something from where he is, obviously that would work to make it easier.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know how to make that work better, lower those, the chances of it not working. And
I mean, it could just try, I guess, and whether it ends up there or not,
Can't hurt, right?
there's a chance. Okay. I guess also before I leave, I just wanted to, I guess, thanks for helping us do all this stuff, like reading.
I mean, I think Aerith's probably got a little bit better of a grasp of finding that hard knowledge than I do, but anything I can do,
Yeah,
okay?
it seems like you're getting a lot of information and stuff that we need to know too.
She kind of just like nods. Yeah, it's a lot to dig through, and if I can spend my time doing that, then that gives you guys the freedom to do the important stuff, right? And that's why I'm here. That's why I stepped up when you guys died. This is important. This is important, but I've seen a lot in the last 6 months, and I know. She kind of like closes the notebook she was working in and turns her chair around and looks straight up at you. I know who I would put my bet on to get through this. I don't think it's me. If I were doing this alone, if you guys didn't come back and it was just up to me and the Avengers,
That'd be a lot. I think you guys might need to train a little more.
I think Eldkin just wants to quit. She wants to just retire.
Yeah, she wants to leave. You gotta keep telling her she's not allowed to until we're done.
Now I've told her that she's my new master of arms, and she's kind of okay with that. So I'm just gonna give her Hender's job in Starfall.
That's fair.
It's fine. We're just, I appreciate the vote of confidence. I do, and maybe if things had been different, we could have. Who am I to say? I don't want to discount myself at all, but
right, exactly. You can do it.
Say that I am glad that it is you guys, because I think that you all are the best chance we have together.
That's too much pressure.
I guess I'm
No,
kind of right. Like, I guess I'm kind of glad, but at the same time, like, that means we have to do it, and that's a lot. This shit hurts, man.
I know. I'm sorry.
Got electrocuted yesterday. That's neither here nor there, actually. Don't worry about it.
Told me about that. That was weird. You were in his office. Yeah.
I mean, well, hey, I figured if I stayed there and maybe got taken over or something, and he could help stop that maybe it wasn't the best idea. But or honestly, if I like died again, like last time.
Just you guys, like, I know you play it a little bit fast and loose. You shoot from the hip and ask questions whenever you get the chance. I get it, but try to stay safe, okay? Because I really don't want to have to be a guild master and an Avenger. It's purely selfish.
That's what I mean.
Purely
selfish. Okay, hey.
No,
that's what I meant by like. Okay, that's what I meant. Like, it's nice that like we are here and doing everything, but it kind of sucks at the same time because we have to do it.
Yeah, and it's selfish of me to appreciate that, but I do, because it means I don't have to do it.
Yeah, exactly. See.
Now, what would you? This here, and she kind of like taps on the journal. This is another one of those weird journals, and it has a little bit more at the start. It seems like they literally went through a mountain. What do
you... Can I hold on? Can I read it? What's?
I mean, we crossed through the mountain west, or we crossed. She kind of like points to it. It's like we crossed through the mountains east of Parnast, and made our way through the deep, crossing into a land filled with water and ice, a sinking, overflowing. And she just goes. It just goes on like that. But like the mountains to the east of Parnas, there's nothing. You can't cross over those. They're too big.
Like through them then? I know there's spells where you can like carve stone, but that takes a lot of spell slots.
It does. Wonder if they... Maybe. Maybe they carved a way through the mountain themselves. I know it's none that I've ever heard of, but those mountains are very... the spine of the world is definitely a tough mountain range to hike through. Guild Adventure.
Can I make like a history or something? Like something about, she said the mountains and like darkness.
The deep. Yeah.
They go like under it.
Roll me a history check. 15. You have heard a lot of stories. I mean, you guys have crossed through and under mountains. Mostly you've gone over them. You have heard of the Underdark.
That's under and dark.
I guess. I mean, it has entrances through, from everywhere in the material plane. Maybe they found a way in there and then threw it out the other side?
Yeah, I mean, look up if there's like one of those entrances in those mountains, I guess. That would be... It's better than over, like you said, it's kind of impossible to go over the giant mountains.
Yeah, those peaks are... No, but that's not a bad idea. If I could reframe my point of reference from adventures around Parnas, maybe there are others that have gone into those caves seeking access into the Underdark. And she just starts like muttering to herself, seeking access into the Underdark and then coming back without the intent of kill, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, she kind of just like turns around and opens up a notebook. And do you like watch her or do you just leave?
Nah, just like pat her on the shoulder. I'll be back.
Okay, I'll let you know if I come up with anything.
Yeah. I need to figure out if I can teleport a box of food to Sid.
Can we get this man a care package?
Right?
Alright.
Because I was reading
a care
teleport.
package is easy. That's not hard at all for people of your means. You can try if you want to try.
Yeah, I guess I'll go pack up a box of like rations and shit.
Now Ken is in the workshop out back. You guys have taken over the blacksmith's like entire forge and came in with like we're gonna make your forge better for the day, but we just need you to leave.
Nuclear star.
Yeah. I promise we won't blow it up.
Right?
Hey, we didn't.
You did.
Right?
But you would know that him and Aerith are out back working today. Or you can just get together
I guess
yourself.
Yeah, I'll go talk to Aerith real quick.
Okay.
See if... I suppose it's a long shot, but Aerith, do you know the spell for scrying?
I've used it once.
Can you do it again?
I need a spell scroll.
You want me to buy you a spell scroll?
I mean, if you'd want me to use it, yeah, but why?
Okay, so, I mean, we'll talk. I figure we're gonna have a big family meeting after you guys are done and everyone's less distracted on everything, but especially since you're both here. So I got in contact, sort of, with Sid, Ken. He's not dead yet. Keyword yet.
You have been hard at work recreating the molds from Aerith's drawings. You're like hunched over this metal like sheet that you're using to carve into the various different like grooves. And as Rose says that, how do you reply?
How do you react?
I like freeze, slowly like stand up straight and just turn around. All right.
He's alive.
Okay.
Ish.
Ish.
Well, okay, he might be. I guess. Garrick left, and obviously he's not in possession of the blue mask anymore.
Obviously.
But he left Sid.
Yeah, that's good. That means we won't have as much trouble getting
You
Sid.
see, it is good. He's not there. We don't have to deal with him. He didn't leave Sid anything else, like food.
Lovely. Well, kind of figured they're all changed
So
on the
he's
world.
not. Yeah, he's not dead yet. But if I can go buy Aerith the Scrying spell scroll, how long would it take you to put that in your book to have forever?
What level? Is that a 5th level?
I think it's 5th level.
Yes.
I
Can you
don't-
use that?
No, I don't have
Yes, it has
access.
to come to scroll.
Okay, so you can only cast it from the scroll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I've done it before. So
It is a bard spell,
Right.
but so
I
you,
could
you
learn. Well, I can't inscribe it. I'd have to
Yeah.
just use it
pick
from
it up.
scroll.
Mhm.
Okay, I guess I could just use it myself because I was gonna like have you do it and then like detect thoughts or something on you. I guess.
And they'll cut out the middleman.
Right. All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go run into town, buy a scrying spell scroll and a box of rations, I guess.
Okay. The rations, easy. You can get those from the guild hall. They have tons. They literally have just like ration packs for adventurers to
Cool.
take in emergencies. The scrying spell scroll, Aerith will tell you, could tell you, probably won't tell you, but could tell you. This shit's
Well, I mean,
expensive.
yeah. I was gonna be like, well, if you, hopefully before she left, I would have been like, well, if you do want to buy one, they are pretty pricey.
Of course they are. Nothing comes cheap.
The
And-
spell scroll will be. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and even if I inscribed it into my spellbook, I would still need materials for it, or a
Yeah.
material for it.
What is the material for it? Is it something
It's
like
like
expensive?
a-
Or...
It's like a crystal ball worth like a crap ton of gold.
Like 1,000 gold, yeah.
Does it get consumed when you do it?
Nope, just a single item that you can
So
reuse.
I mean,
okay, it's
if you
it
were
needs to be
able
a
test
focus.
it would be
It
worth.
needs it
would
needs to
be
be a
worth getting.
focus that's worth at least 1,000 gold pieces. So a crystal ball, a mirror, or according to this
Holy
font
water.
filled with holy water. So I was just like,
Also, don't forget to point that mirror at nobody.
Oh,
While we have
yeah.
this downtime.
Again, okay, before I forget and before I leave, I will go throw that at nobody and be like, this could help you. Okay,
don't break
bye.
it.
Okay. All right. So As-
him saying that the mirror was one of the potential things reminded me,
Right,
and I
again.
remembered that we kind of forgot to do it. So
as Rose, in a haste, tosses you a magical mirror, nobody, and then runs into town to go and get a spell scroll.
Spend more money.
What do you do with the mirror, nobody?
Eodos will explain to him what it is because Eodos used it before. So that way you don't have to go guessing and trying to figure out what to do.
So, as you peer into the mirror, what is on your mind? What do you?
Well, so I know she's the They said Captain Carver's dead. Has been dead. So I'm right now. I want to remember like what happened that I got on the material plane. Like what were the events that led up to me being here?
Ken spent 8,000 total, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Because he ended up getting the good discount of the item down to 6K,
Yeah.
and then everything else kind of accounted for it too. So okay,
Couple potions, all of his stuff, all of his items.
you peer into the mirror, nobody. And as you attempt to recall, focus your mind, focus that intention on what happened. You see the reflection shimmer, and then the scene play out before you as it manifests. You are in the Bureau of Interplanar Defense. You are in your main kind of office area in that higher floor, and you are embattled. You and the other agents are attempting to stop Severin as he throws waves of magic around, hurling it at you with extreme force you've never seen before. His entire demeanor seems to have shifted at this point. You see him, and in your memories you've seen him, he's been angry, he's been just a person, but now you see him for the first time as the Red Worm Speaker, as he wears a red mask on the front of his face and hurls flaming magic at everybody, blowing everyone who's trying to stop him away. He cuts through this swath, and as you chase him through the building, you run into he doesn't run. He strolls casually, casting aside anyone who attempts to stop him, into the elevator and then down. You attempt to stop him there, but are unable to catch him before he gets into the elevator. You head down the hallway, taking this long stairway. You go down and down and down and down and down. And you're really, really grateful in this moment that you're not going up. But at the same time, you're really concerned because your best friend has just snapped and declared war on everyone you know and everything you love. He came in this morning raging about the truth of the multiverse and the future that needed to be created, and started to burn it all. And as you are running down these stairs, you can see yourself thinking, like trying to make sense of it all as you emerge into the planar gate chamber, this well-fortified structure at the base underground of the building. A battle, an epic battle. You're using abilities, you're watching yourself use abilities that you have forgotten how to use as you attempt to stop him, this lone fighter against Severin, the Red Worm Speaker. And in the end, there is a clash. He has been attempting to activate the gate and step through to get out of here, and you have done everything in your power to stop him. You have put yourself between him. You have tried to get through to him through your emotional pleas. You've reached out. Everything has fallen on deaf ears. Nothing has gotten through to him. And in the end, a wide blast of power from him intended for you hits the gate. And then there is just white. And the mirror stops. And you see yourself reflected back in it.
Interesting. I have partially answered my question, I guess.
Welcome to the Mirror of Recollection.
Yeah.
Answer questions, but create so many more. It's just a scene. It just picks a scene.
Is there like a daily charge on that then?
Thank you.
Or can I just keep going like, show me everything?
Oh,
Just
Maybe
go
once a day. I
hour
can't
by
remember.
hour.
yeah. I need to find the whole.
Yeah, we got that thing
So long
years
ago.
ago.
I think it's a daily thing.
Yeah, I want to say
Yeah,
it
I
could be
wanna
used once
say,
a
yeah.
day. It was
Okay.
in Tamoacan.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of those things that regains its charges at dawn. So
Yeah.
Has that I forget what that dragon is called, or it's not actually a dragon. Didn't it
Quetzalcoatl.
say didn't it say he would help us at some point and then we'd never see him again?
Who?
The basic
Oh,
model
the
that we
Quetzalcoatl.
freed. We freed it and it's like, I will help you guys, and then
Hey,
left
you've
and then
never reached out to him.
or
We could just
supposed
put him
to?
on the
Good
on the
question.
list of favors
allies,
that we have.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Phone it in.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Do you want me to keep the magic mirror in my inventory then?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Okay.
can keep it. I honestly have had it and have not used it since we left Tomoken.
Yeah, we literally used it one time, and it was
Yeah.
looking into it, and then like haven't really had a need because our memories up until recently were a-okay.
What happened to the demon statue again?
It was
We
in Ken's bag of holding, I believe. I think
don't
it was either in
know.
Ken's bag of holding or you guys had taken it out and left it in the guild hall. Like I can't remember.
I
I
think it
want to
was in
say
the
we left it
guild
in the guild
hall.
hall,
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
but you know,
Someone check on the statue. Just make sure it's still there. I don't want more problems.
Here we go. Mirror of the past.
I mean, it's somebody else's problem at this point. Let's be real. I'm pretty sure that thing on. It's probably seeing the world like it wanted to do originally.
right? He wanted to see the world.
Holder of this platinum hand mirror can learn something about the history of a specific object or creature by taking an action to gaze into the mirror and think of the target, etc., until the next dawn.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right.
You can just daily look into your past to see what's going on. Try to
Right.
figure out
Try to figure
where
it out.
things went wrong.
Gotcha.
Part of your morning routine.
Yep.
Okay.
Traumatic memories, part of the morning routine.
Mhm.
So, as the third day. Oh wait, no, Rose, you were getting your
Yes, I
stuff
need
together.
I need to figure out how much a scrying scroll is.
Scrying scroll. Give me a persuasion check, because I know that
These.
you'll balk at the price and want to talk it down.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well, what's normally 2,500 gold pieces for Rose is still 2,000 gold pieces. Because you can't really roll a 1, you roll a 10, but so it's 2,000 for the scroll of scrying. But that does include the material component within it. You don't need that as well. When casting
Right.
out of a scroll, you just need the scroll. And you could just cast it. You don't need to roll for it. Aerith would have to roll for it.
Yeah.
Ito's gonna
All
suggest-
right. 10. We're down under. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're down to 4 digits in money, guys.
Oh boy.
We gotta get back to adventuring. We gotta start
Right?
making some money moves. Apparently.
Yeah, we haven't made money in a long time.
We need
Maybe
to
So what-
we need to get it.
dragons
We
get away.
So
yeah.
so what do we got in the guild vault right?
We have 8595.
Okay, so
Oh boy.
technically we have 10k because Eidos has 2,500 still after all of that. Because
Okay.
I took the money that I've been spending out of the money he's got in his bag. So
Sweet.
Right.
Hell yeah. All right, cool. That's about where I was hoping to get you guys.
But yeah, I will go back to Aerith and Ken.
Okay.
I wish there was something that I could like link Aerith in to like scrying.
Yeah, unless he has
I could do that.
detect thoughts.
Nope.
Well, unfortunately, no.
That's
But-
fine. Okay, I'll just hang out with them though, and the cast scrying
Okay.
on Sid.
All right.
I'm not sure what his modifier stuff would be because I think we would be familiar because of the stuff with Ken.
Probably.
And then I know what he looks like, but I guess I'll ask Ken whether he happens to have something from Sid.
Everything
doubt
he
it,
owns
but-
just exploded.
oh
a week
yeah, I
ago.
was about to.
True. Also, never mind.
Oh, I hate to say it, but no.
Okay, so probably
Our-
just like minus
Our,
7
our
to
boy
save?
dusted himself.
Yeah.
So your save is a 20, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. So I actually do have a character sheet here for Mr. Sid.
Hell yeah, you better. We're not letting him die. He's important to our boy, so that
He
means
needs
he's
a
important to us.
He needs a character sheet if he's gonna die. Like, if he doesn't have a character sheet, that means he can't die because he doesn't really exist. All right, does not have proficiency in it, so he cannot pass that save.
Cool. Alright, I'm going to scry on him, trying to see like how he is and how he looks, and also if I can see like the area he's in, so that I can get an idea of where to teleport.
Give me a perception check, an insight check, and a medicine check.
Okay. Perception, insight, medicine.
Hey.
Oh, good.
All right.
I can
let's
see that he's dying.
Where is the map that will be useful? Alright.
And then if this works, then we've got a decent like chance that I could just teleport us to him. But I'm gonna try the food first just in case it goes wrong.
I think giving
And
him
to give him
food to ensure that he has a better chance of survival would be a better first step or next step.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring, and we're not quite done yet with everything, so we don't want to go yet.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
As you cast the scrying spell, your vision shifts and kind of blanks out for a moment, and then it's almost like opening your eyes. You are in a circular stone room about maybe like 60 feet across. You're in a enclosed room off to one side that has thick iron bars. You look down and you can see your focus is centered on Sid. You do see him sitting just up against one of the walls with a... He's kind of just sitting there, but it's a part of the wall where the snow melt from above has been slowly kind of dripping in, and at the moment that you scry him, he's kind of just got his mouth open under the stream of just like drop, drop, drop.
No, Sid.
He's doing the best he can. He seems like he's in okay spirits. Like, he doesn't have a smile on his face. This isn't like heaven for him, but he's also not like screaming or wailing. It doesn't look like he's been crying. It just looks like he'd been surviving. And your medicine check, he looks malnourished, but he's at least hydrated, so he's not at risk of dying within the next day or two.
Right. Okay. And then I have a weird question.
Okay.
So, because only one of these is concentration, could I, in theory, cast scrying and teleport while I'm scrying?
Ooh.
Because it says like very familiar would be or a place you can see when you cast a spell.
Ooh, let's see. It says can. Let me. I want to give you the benefit of the idea there because it's a good idea, but
Right.
But
it's also a 5th and 7th level spell at the same time.
Okay, you do need to be able to see the object you're teleporting. So you can maintain the scrying, and you could like you essentially have to like as Rose casts this spell, their eyes are overcome with this shimmering rainbow of just prismatic lights. It doesn't like emit any light, but it's kind of like twisting around in their irises. They have those special magic eyes, and as you see him, you kind of blink and shake your head and shake away the vision, so that your vision returns to the small barracks room that you're around, but you still have the scrying spell for the next 9.5 minutes.
Okay. I guess I'll try to teleport the food to him then.
Okay, roll me a D100.
I believe in you.
Have food, please.
Survive.
Let's see. Can you give me another one? Another D100, please?
That's not
don't
a
think it
good
works.
sign.
Well, it was food and not us. So.
That's
so-
true.
Here's what happens. As you cast the spell, you cast teleport, sit back down, and shifting your eyes, you open them. You don't necessarily see anything immediately. It's kind of like you're like, shit, I missed. And then in the center of the room, this kind of like when you put bread into a bag and then you set the bag down in the car and then the jug of water falls on the fucking bread and it gets squished.
Okay, it did work. It just
shows
took some
up.
damage.
The box that you put it in was completely blown apart, and
Hell yeah.
as the teleport
That's
spell goes
fine.
out, it basically just spills fresh fruit and bread and cheeses and like wrapped up food rations and like a meat pie that was half pulverized out in front of Sid, along with a cracked carafe of water that kind of hits the ground and starts to leak. And as he's like drinking it, you see him like snap to and like run over and tip the water back up to save it and grabs all the food and just like starts chewing. That man is eating so fast. You're like, oh, I'm gonna let him eat. This feels like an intrusion. It is visceral how much he's having to eat.
Okay.
But yeah, unfortunately, the first one was a mishap. But the mishap
Right,
causes
but
you to roll again.
fortunately- Right? But fortunately, it was a mishap, so it still got there. It just took damage.
It did. So as
Okay,
you have
alright.
you have failed successfully,
Hell
Ugh.
yeah.
and now provided Sid with some much needed food, you are able to inform the
There we
party of
go.
that.
I bought him. That should be a couple more days, at least a
was-
week.
Yeah, it was 5 days of field travel rations that you had purchased. Just like a week's worth at least to fit into the box that you could send him.
Mhm.
It was like a care package, like grocery trip.
Hell yeah.
So you're
Okay.
gonna be fine.
Right?
Okay, so since we're
Neat.
getting up to 4 hours, and it'd be good to end it on the end of the 4th day, is there anything else that you guys wanted to do before we get to Ken having his everything for him ready to go and you guys heading off to wherever you're going next?
I mean, all of our different artifacts are like bound to us. Is there any way to like kind of commune with them to try to get an understanding, like a better understanding of them?
I mean, you can, but the weapons themselves don't have any sentience, so they don't really have a mind to commune with. They were, as you meditate with the Fate Render and focus on it, you realize it's you. You're it. You are holding and have been wielding a sharpened piece of your soul that the Raven Queen took and crafted into a weapon. This is you. If Eodos were to die and the Fate Render survived, one day it could be as famous as Black Razor, because it's you.
Would you become a sentient weapon? That would be awesome.
That'd be sick.
I was about to say, I do have a question. If
Right?
Eidos dies and his Fate Render survives, would it be possible to use True Resurrection on the Fate Render to get him back?
I mean, True Resurrection works as long as you can speak their name.
Okay.
However, I will say in Eodos' case, he does have a friend who might not, as Eodos knows,
Say no.
be completely
Well-
good
well-
with that.
I know, but this is like theoretical.
But yeah,
Right.
in an understanding of it, you find that it is you. Roll me a insight check for Eodos.
Wait, where did nobody get his weapon? Because I still don't know that.
That is a good question. I will figure something
You
out.
should ask the mirror.
I was gonna ask.
You were gonna ask
Right?
me, hey, we'll do
Who
that.
gave me this decanter?
Start of next session. Give me a week to figure out where your decanter came from. Hey, I knew what happened to the BID, but I had not thought about your decanter yet.
Yeah, I
Um,
just remembered about that when we were talking about weapons.
was.
His is not from his soul.
It is not. Okay. You sense that as Eodos has grown and as you have changed, so too can the weapon. You've seen it. The axe form revealing itself when needed. You feel another one just past the periphery. A portion of this weapon that has been set aside to bind and hold, to control and capture. But as with the axe one, activating it, it's not something you can consciously do, Like, I'm trying to describe it. You can feel something's there, but don't quite have the grasp on it. Like, it's growing, but not ready yet,
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. To me, it's coming off kind of confusing, and I'm like, man, in my head, it kind of makes sense, but not really, so I must be describing this in a way that doesn't make sense. But
I mean,
Alright.
he doesn't know.
Right.
It's foreign magic to us.
It is. Okay. Alright. I think we'll leave off there unless anyone else has any final business, picking up on that fourth day where you leave Eriabor. Ken concluding his own enhancements, unless you wanted me to describe what everything looks like right now for them, Ken.
Yeah. I'm excited.
So, as Ken steps out from the forge, it's done, Ken, but you don't have it
Hell
on.
yeah.
You know it's just a whistle away, but you want to show off, right?
Me.
Of course, I gotta show off.
All right. You find the party. Is there any way that you want to inform them as to what's about to happen?
Just wanted to gather around. Just shoot the shit like usual, and just like, hey guys, so you remember how me and Reichfelger linked up to go into combat mode, right?
Mhm.
So about that, I had an idea, and I wanted your opinions on it, and then I'm gonna whistle.
Okay.
Okay.
His fingers in his mouth, and with a shrill whistle, you hear the pattering of tiny little feet run down the hallway. And as you're standing in this relatively large kind of eating room, the conference room that got changed into a makeshift cafeteria, you look at the doorway as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individual small golden dragons come running into the room. They're about the size of a cat, and the seventh one coming flying in, the seventh one made of pure platinum metal. They run at Ken like it's a herd of cats. Literally, they're about that size, and they each jump up. And as they jump up, one of them shifts into a gauntlet for his right arm and wraps around his arm. The other one shifts into his left arm. Third one into his chest, forming the chest plate of the armor. The other's legs, and finally the platinum one forming his helmet. As the armor comes into effect, it's still Aureus's plate mail. You can recognize the small little bits of filigree that Aureus had put in there, the inscriptions that Ken was very careful to maintain. But his new armor set shines with a light kind of rose gold and is constructed by 7 small dragons.
You made race Felgar puppies that turned into Iron Man armor.
Yeah, not just race of our puppies. Our boy is now Voltron.
Power Rangers, go!
Yeah.
Ken smiles through the helmet, his new armor system working at maximum efficiency. The weapons you rebuilt Vidofnir, right?
Yeah,
Which
I
ones
rebuilt the
did-
document.
Okay, you rebuilt Vidofnir. Did you rebuild Nidhogg Like, do you still have the, or did you go with something else for that one?
No, no. I'm still rocking the gauntlets. Those
Okay.
are still. Oh, I need to take off those items off my inventory since they are now part of the armor.
Yes.
Are they just gonna
Oh.
are all the little tiny dragons just gonna follow us around, like outside of battle?
Why not? You've had Race Fogar. You figured things out to do with him. Now you have tiny ones. One of them does fly because you had a homunculus, right?
Yeah.
All right. So your helmet. Well, actually, let's see. I will say it's probably your right arm gauntlet is actually your homunculus. So that's the platinum one. You can send that to fly away during battle and assist others without taking any ill effect to your AC or anything. But the other 6 are all gold because they were made from Aureus's armor.
Okay. That works.
That was how I thought of it in my mind, at least. If you wanted to do it a different way, I'm totally down. It's just if you had the helmet I know bears enchantments. I think one of the gauntlets that you use does, but not the other.
Yeah, so initially I was thinking of like the 7 dragonlings and then my homunculus servant being like a 3-foot tall Ascalon that could transform into a backpack.
Oh, okay. No, that's better. I love it. All right. So the full armor set is just the 7 small golden dragons that follow him around. They can, let's see, I don't want to give them a flight speed for mechanical reasons, but I'll say they can hover just out of cuteness. And
That'll work.
all right.
You just string them all together, like on a leash together, and just pull them along with us.
They're smart kiddos. They know better. They don't need a leash.
As he says that, one tackles the other and starts chewing on its horn. Like,
Hey, play nice.
all right.
All right.
Well,
Core Soul Shatter. That was used for my gauntlets.
That would have gone in the gauntlets. I need to add that to my list of things that I need to do.
Core Soul Shatter, delete. Horse's armor, delete, because that's now the Race Velvet armor. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. And then I am unattuning from the Stone Protection, Ring of Fire Resistance, and Ring of Spell Storing.
Unfortunately,
I'll take those all back if you don't want them, or if you wanted to keep them, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I had a plan to like use up my 4, and then once we hit 14, I'm gonna make my 5th item to infuse, or not infuse, attune to.
Okay.
So if you want to take them back, we'll go right on ahead.
Yeah, just
so jealous.
if you want me to hold on to everything, put it back on the list. All right.
Poor Cray never got to hit this point. He never got all these opportunities.
But you guys,
Right.
I made myself a villain artificer, and you gave me enough times to get him up to a ridiculously high level to be able to fight against you. So I get to live through that. I get to live vicariously through Garrick. He's not a battlesmith, damn it, but he's gonna be fun.
He's gonna try to kick the shit out of us.
He's still loyal to the cult, even if he's not the Worm Speaker anymore.
Right? Just don't know where he is now, besides that he's heading towards the Well of Dragons. And yeah, I guess the like 2nd or 3rd day, Rose would have sat everybody down and like told everybody about all of everything going on. Like that the blue mask is now taken over by a giant dragon, question mark. And Sid was in a tower.
Princess in a tower.
Rapunzel, let down your hair.
Right?
Oh god, his hair is not long enough, and it is very, very malnourished, so it would just break. So sad.
He's an artificer. He'll do something.
He needs tools, man. Have you ever seen an artificer without tools? Because he has no tools, and he's
Your
like, well,
fists are
Maybe
your
that.
tools.
Oh,
Yes, I'm
I was gonna be all like,
Should've,
maybe we should have put that in the care package, but then I remembered it exploded, so maybe
Like-
not.
I mean,
Probably would have made it.
you could have, if I'll say, if you guys have the insight to think of it, that might help
I
him
would've-
because he is an artificer. Ken
I
knows
would've
he's a
talked to
battlesmith.
Yeah,
He taught him how to
because-
build battlesmiths.
Aerith
Yeah.
would have
I was doing
remembered
it
that
with
Ken
Aerith and
learned
Ken.
from Sid, so
Right.
I mean,
if you guys had told me to add some sort of tool into the care package, I would have.
I would have said like tinkering tools.
Roll, both of you roll d20s. It's pretty high
Use
because
the
Okay.
gun.
you were distracted. But if one of you beats the DC, then it can go through. So Ken and Eric.
Oh, there you go.
God damn it.
So many d20s.
Ken, let me see if you got it.
Oh,
Roll a d20. I just want to see because that's another fucking natural 20.
That was my only natural 20 today.
No, that was good. That
It was
was
distracting.
actually really good.
Oh
As,
my God.
as Rose is putting together everything, gets the scrying, and gets ready to send the teleport, you have this momentary flash. You're like, wait, no, tools! And you reach
Just
and
shove it in the box.
you're in a forge right now. You're in like a smithy's, and you just grab, like some tongs, a hammer, everything that you would need to make a set of smith's tools, and you throw it in the box. And so alongside all of the food is also a smashed, well, not smashed, but slightly damaged
Dented.
piece of tools. Set of tools. But Ken, you would know
There
that
you go.
even if it was
Alright.
damaged, if it still works, artificery is the, mother of, or necessity is the mother of artificery.
yeah.
I think that would be a good turn on the phrase.
Hell yeah.
He'll find a way. Fucking, I was like 19 or 20. One of them hits a 19 or 20. Sure, we'll give him a set of Smith tools.
Boom.
At 20. All right. Well,
Hell yeah.
that'll be fun. That'll actually change that quite a bit. So
Hell yeah.
That'll be fun.
You're
to
welcome,
consider.
Ken.
Okay.
I helped your stepdad.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, we'll pick up there and finishing up the nebulous 4 days. The 4 days. Actually, you guys would have had one more day of training. So before we stop, give me one more training check.
Hey.
Oh. Yes, I will do so. Not at advantage. Hey. I'm rolling
so
great.
amazing
What
on
the heck?
everything except for
Right.
training.
Oh,
Hey, there you go. Okay. And then
poor nobody.
okay.
Could I-
Sure, I
could
got
I
a
have
lot of
given-
20s and 20 pluses
Great.
and everything else.
Could I have given nobody a bardic inspiration?
Sure.
I haven't
I'll
used
let it
any of
happen.
those in like 3 days.
Yeah,
so.
that's I'll let happen. He's been running
God damn it!
Oh my god.
Hey, you know what? It hits the DC, so you get
Hey.
2d6
There you
instead of
go.
1d6.
Hell yeah.
Rose, you get 3d6 because you just missed that second good day.
Oh.
Aerith, you get 4d6.
Yay.
Eodos, you also get because you're working on.
Alright, that was good at least.
Okay.
For once.
You get
Not
4d6. Eodos.
horrible, but
I'm getting
Ken.
close.
You have, having
98.
manifested that tiny spark of energy the other day in helping enhance the flame and build Eris tool. As you meditate the next morning, you use that same kind of process, and you find the energy around you swirling. And you take a deep breath, and it swirls in through your nose, out through your mouth. You are one with this pool of energy, and as you meditate, you feel your consciousness kind of reach through it. It's not tumultuous, it's not scary, it's just you. Whether or not you'd be able to survive it at this point is still unknown, but it's another day of progress. You're definitely closer to understanding how to truly utilize the well of Ascalon.
Yeah.
this is reminding me of Naruto mastering the tailed beast forms.
There's nothing new under the sun, man. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm about to put Sid Highwind. I'm literally looking at Sid Highwind's character sheet right now. It's fine. It's fine.
And he's gonna be Princess Peach in the top of the tower.
I love that so much. I love that. 'Cause Sid is always so just notoriously the gruff kind of like mechanic guy, and he's still a gruff mechanic, but he's a gruff mechanic that got captured and turned into a princess in mid-tower.
He's the damsel in distress.
I mean, at this point, Ken, you're a higher level artificer than he is. He's only 10-ish. He just had kind of insights that Garrick needed.
Yeah, Garrett's gonna die extra hard for this.
Don't worry, we'll help.
There needs to be a reverse. Right, there needs to be like a reverse teleport spell where I can teleport people to us.
Well, Gate is 9th level.
That's true. There is Gate. Can't use that yet.
I won't
But
be
when
able
I
to
get
reach
it-
that.
When I get it, watch out, Severin.
He could probably use Gate as well.
And counterspell.
And Counterspell, yeah.
Or dispel magic.
Maybe.
And then
But at the
hit you with a
same
light.
time. Well, I'm resistant to lightning now.
Yeah, that was. I was curious if you were going into that night, but I didn't think so.
No. I had changed it to fire so that I was gonna like stack fire to be immune.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't really matter anyways.
Yeah, because you didn't fight Robert. That's right. You changed it to fire to
Nope.
fight Robert.
Yo.
And Robert's the nice guy. He would never fight anybody.
Ah,
Yeah,
Robert
sure.
busy. Man,
Silly little guy. He's just like, what are you-
he's just a little guy.
just a
Just
little
little
guy.
boy.
To be fair, he's probably one of the shortest people in the group. He was average height.
Yeah, I think now that Ken has shot up to mid 6 foot, he's definitely. I think Aerith is still shorter than him, but even Rose was
Rose
at least the same height.
Rose is pretty short.
How tall is
You're like
Rose?
5'9".
Oh, okay.
You're the
Damn
same
it!
height as Robert, then, because
Yeah.
Robert is 5'9".
I'm
Well-
now the shortest person.
You're the
You've
shortest.
always been the shortest.
It's all because
Make
I
up
chose
for it in your hat.
5'8".
Yeah, it's because that's why you wear the hat. The hat makes you taller.
It makes it taller.
Do you know what's sad? I'm actually designing a new design for Aerith, and
Hell yeah.
Not the hat.
Nice.
I'm dropping the tall hat.
Not the hat. No.
You need a
Because
bigger hat.
it doesn't
Make sure you-
work with the outfit.
Make it
Make sure you
work.
hang it up for posterity. You just have all your
Right.
hats on the wall, and then
Or-
like an empty hook where you have no hat.
I have the first
Or you,
purple
like-
hat for my first design. I have the mini hat from when I became the Order of Scribes, and then which I kept when I became a blade singer, and then the now big hat after returning back to the group.
Right.
And now
You gotta give it to Emmeline. Be like, here.
my current one or the other two.
Whatever one that she like was a fan of you before that you were
That
wearing.
was my first one.
Probably the original one. Yeah.
Hmm
Yeah,
Give her the
gotta go
original
give
hat.
that to her.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
give that
was
to
very
her
much
as
don't
like
beat
a
your heroes.
yeah. I'll give that to her and just be all like, congratulations becoming guildmaster. Have fun.
Honestly,
bye.
if you did that, she would probably wear it. Like it would probably just become part of her like.
Yeah.
I mean,
"Yeah,
I'm not
it's
gonna
a
wear it
really good
anymore.
Reminder of where I've come from and where I'm going. So donk. Purple hat.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna wear it anymore. So I'm just like, here you go.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Have fun. Bye.
You've leveled up.
You leveled up.
They've been slowly leveling. She's level 8 now.
Hey.
Level 7. No, she's level 7. Yeah.
Aw.
She just had the one level 4 slot.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
making progress.
I think she made it further than Aureus. I don't remember what Aureus was.
Aureus was 9. Or
Oh,
there,
Aureus was-
there,
okay, never mind.
yeah, because you guys hit 9 when you died. That was
Hmm.
my because 9 is one
Oh,
of those
yeah,
big
yeah.
power scale jumps, and so I was like, yeah, this will be a good point.
Then he immediately died.
Yup.
I didn't get to use mounted combatant.
No.
Rose stole it from me.
That one
was so
time.
funny.
The one time you were able to do it too.
Yep.
Yup.
Oh my god.
Hopped on the back of Fred.
Yeah, I mean, we were in the water.
Rose hates
Ample
water.
time spent by all with Fred, who has made himself very happy here at the guild hall. He is extremely happy that Aureus is back. He has restarted his teachings with Aureus, and they sit together, and Aureus will hold the book and allow Fred to read from the holy book, and then he'll
Someday
read
he'll
it,
be
and they'll
level
just take
1.
turns. And he's already like level 1 or 2, but he's making his
Okay.
way.
He is a level 2 paladin.
Making his
giant
way
crocodile.
downtown, walking fast. Sorry.
It's hard for a giant crocodile to gain player character levels, but he is making making progress.
He's awakened.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got the abilities now.
I mean,
We have
Bath
the
is
technology.
proof in Spelljammer that an awakened
Yeah.
animal can. Same with Cosmo. Can
Yeah.
have player character levels because they're just animals. Oh man. All right, cool. So I still don't know where you guys are going, which is awesome.
Neither do we.
But
Yep.
I've got a list of things that I can kind of work on, and if anybody has any ideas over the week, let me know.
If I get abducted by the Bureau of Interplanar Defense, that will be an issue.
You know.
Man, above table, they are so confused. You died. Like, died.
Like, huh?
You were dead, man.
And I'm thinking about it, just now. Her name probably was just Caitlin. I don't think your people don't have last names.
Oh, okay.
I had used a name generator and I liked that name, but in thinking about the lore that I built for Acheron, the population is small enough that names are pretty unique. Like, you don't have family names, you just have your given name or chosen name, depending on who you are and how you wish to live your life.
Well, that makes it easier to gate Severin because his name's just Severin. He has no last name.
Just Severin, exactly.
Just Caitlin.
Sorry, that
Speaking of ideas, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Speaking of ideas, are we still doing the thing we discussed about the core of Soul Shatter?
Yes, I have it on my list of notes to provide you with that item card this week.
Neat.
Yes, give you a little bit of that, a little bit of a remnant from your girl as you went on an awesome adventure with her and had some. She had a really good adventure, man.
Yeah. I miss her already.
She's on the Nether Mountains, sitting in her mom's throne, feeling very proud about everything she's done.
Yeah.
And
That's my girl.
confident that if anybody were to fix the situation,
That's my girl.
you're the right group of idiots to do it.
Yay.
They'll somehow bumble their way into the solution.
Yep, that's
We fell upward.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the best way. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom, step outside. I'll probably be on phone here in a minute, but I know Kyle's gonna head out. So you have a great night, man. I'll catch you next time.
I should be
Alright.
good for.
Do you actually have time to talk tonight?
Gonna chill and
Oh my
do
God.
Reef? Hell yeah! Well, I'm still gonna go use the bathroom.
Yeah, so I randomly scrolled through Facebook, and I haven't really been into like comics, like reading comics.